Chapter 30, 638. The young master of the Rain clan was kidnapped and almost crippled. The fairy of the Rain clan undressed on the spot, causing countless wolves to howl. The saints of the Rain clan even kowtowed and slapped their faces. Shun Jingqiu's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. What the hell? Even Shun Jingqiu spent divine crystals to buy the formation and brought it back to view. Of course, when Lin Xian returned, Shun Jingqiu looked at it enthusiastically. Lin Xian smiled. What is this little girl looking at? Why is she so happy? Shun Jingqiu cheered. Brother Lin, you're back. Qiu is looking at your masterpiece. Lin Xian glanced at it and was speechless. Damn, these guys really recorded it. Not only that, Shun Jingqiu laughed. The whole world already knows about it. I reckon that in a few days, the whole Heaven Punisher world will know about it. This time, let's see what the Rain clan will do. Are they still arrogant? Lin Xian coldly snorted. They brought this upon themselves. They repaid kindness with enmity and even wanted to kill me. I didn't kill them. I've already shown them mercy. He glanced at the formation again and nodded slightly. This Yu Shiqia's figure was not bad, but unfortunately, her character was not good. Humph, Shun Jingqiu said as she turned off the array and lifted her head. Is my figure better or is it mine? Well, I'll take a closer look. Lin Xian carried Shun Jingqiu and walked towards the depths of the valley. The two of them flirted. In the following days, Lin Xian and Shun Jingqiu were very leisurely. They were already making the final preparations. The battle between the Rain clan and the Seventh Tower had also ended. Both sides suffered heavy losses. Although the Rain clan was powerful, the deficient Earth Tower had so many Saint Slayers, giving them a headache. In the end, both sides could only stop fighting. The Rain clan's faces were gloomy. They gritted their teeth. This time, they had suffered a great loss. The two geniuses of the clan, Yu Shiqia, had not recovered completely because of the previous incident. She probably did not have the chance to participate in the Saint City's examination and had to rest. On the other side, Yu Qianya had recovered. His clan had paid a great price for Yu Qianya to recover completely. His cultivation had even reached a new level. This time, Yu Qianya had reached the beginning of the 4th level Saint Realm. Of course, this kind of price was huge. Yu Qianya recovered, and his face. He quickly understood the situation and found out that the 7th floor was heavily damaged. However, the middle-aged man was still nowhere to be found. Thinking of the previous incident, he was so angry that his body was trembling. He could not bear it, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Go and find him. Even if it takes 100 years or 1,000 years, you have to find him." Only. This matter was handed over to his clan, and he returned to Fian Star. The examination of Wushuang City had finally arrived. The people of Fian Star had gradually calmed down after watching Yu Shiqia's phantom. But soon, they became excited again. Because the 9th heaven was about to open. The examination of Wushuang City was about to begin. Once these people could join, they would have a meteoric rise. At that time, they would not be afraid of the Rain clan. The disciples of the Saint City were the top geniuses.
Boom.
On this day, thunder rumbled, and heaven and earth rumbled. The 9th heaven was completely opened, and a terrifying sound came from the outer realm. The entire Fian Star was in an uproar. One figure after another rose into the sky and flew towards the outer region. Those who were waiting in the outer region also started to head towards the 9th heaven. Today's 9th heaven was exceptionally dreamy. Multicolored light surrounded it, and it was incomparably holy. At the same time, an even more terrifying aura was emitted. In addition to those who participated in the examination, there were many powerful figures. Among them, there were some old men, living fossils, and some small saints. They were the representatives of various clans. They wanted to watch and see if their disciples could succeed. A huge flying sword descended from the 9th heaven. There were a few figures standing on the flying sword. They wore white clothes embroidered with golden threads and auspicious clouds. These were the people of Wushuang City, and they were the special envoys of Wushuang City. One of them was an old man. He had the aura of an immortal. He came down and said loudly. Without further ado, he first explained the rules of the examination. As long as they were not disciples of the Saint City, regardless of their family background or age, they could participate in the examination. The first examination was the ninth heaven. Stepping into the ninth heaven meant passing the examination. Those who were strong could do as much as possible. This would be beneficial to their future results. The third generation of disciples, recruited this time, were divided into ordinary disciples and core disciples. Among them, the personal disciples of the Saint King would be selected from the core disciples. If one could become the eldest disciple of the third generation, there would be additional rewards. Now, the examination began. The old man's voice was extremely loud and clear, and it spread throughout the universe. Hearing this, many experts were excited. Those who could participate this time were all saints. Even the saints of the first heaven were not qualified. This was because they probably could not even reach the first heaven. Among them, there were 8 figures standing in 8 different directions. Each of them had outstanding talents. They were the 8 great prodigies. However, the 8 great prodigies attracted the attention of countless experts. Look, that person is Di Ling. They saw a man in a yellow robe with his hands behind his back. He stood in the void and stepped on heaven and earth with a disdainful expression. It was as if he did not put the world in his eyes. He was Di Ling, the first of the 8 great prodigies. The other person was in a black robe. His face was pale, and his body was full of ghostly aura. He was Gui Li. He was a very famous genius expert on the Fiend planet. There was another person who was as tall as a giant. He was Sherbufan. The other stalwart man had stars in his eyes. He was Shershui Tianqin. There was a beautiful woman beside him. She wore a blue dress and was extremely beautiful. She was Wang Xiaofeng of the Ice Li clan. There was also a woman who was as beautiful as a flower. She was very cute and had a pair of big eyes. She was Shun Jingqiu from the Spirit tribe. Beside Shun Jingqiu was a handsome young man in a red robe. Countless people were surprised because this person was not one of the 8 great prodigies. The fact that he could follow beside Shun Jingqiu attracted countless attention. Many people whispered, could this be the rumored husband of Shun Jingqiu? His cultivation was really only at the 2nd heavenly layer. It was likely that he could not even reach the 1st heaven of the 9 heavens. Lin Xian paid no attention to these discussions. Soon, these people would know that his strength could not be measured by his cultivation level. In another direction, there was another person standing. This person was also very handsome, but his face was extremely gloomy and filled with monstrous killing intent. When many people saw this young man, their expressions were very strange. They wanted to laugh, but they did not dare to. This person was Yu Qianya. At this moment, his killing intent was awe-inspiring, like a killing god. His powerful eyes looked in all directions. No one dared to look in his direction. Thank you for your monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Rewards. Please recommend, monthly vote, subscribe, collect, and reward. Please support. Chapter 30, 639. Everyone felt this aura and was shocked. Damn it, this Yu Qianya's strength had increased. No way, he could still break through and rebuild. It was really surprising. Everyone went crazy. They thought that after the previous incident, they would not be able to recover. For example, Yu Shiqia did not come. But not only did Yu Qianya come, but he was also full of killing intent, and his strength had increased greatly. It was really unexpected. Finally, one of the 8 geniuses was called Yang Hao. His body was covered in flames, and there was an illusion of a sun behind him. It carried him. He was like a sun god, extremely dazzling. Other than the 8 geniuses, there were also some strong cultivators with terrifying auras. It seemed that they were not inferior to the 8 geniuses. Among these people, there were even some with deep faces. It seemed that they were geniuses from other places. These people might not be famous now, but after today, they would definitely be famous. Lin Xian's gaze swept across these people, and he nodded slightly. One had to say that these 8 geniuses were indeed extraordinary. Their vitality was like a dragon, and the laws on their bodies were even more terrifying. Each one of them was an earth-shattering figure. The 8 geniuses did not care about Lin Xian's gaze. There were too many people looking at them. Lin Xian's gaze didn't attract any attention at all. Of course, 2 of them still turned their heads away. One of them was Shi Sui Tianqin. Stars flickered in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xian. He revealed a look of confusion, but he quickly retracted his gaze. The other person was Yu Qinya. Yu Qinya also turned his head and saw Lin Xian. At first, he was stunned, then a cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes. The next moment, he said coldly, "I didn't expect you to come to participate in the Holy City's examination. You really don't know what's good for you. Kid, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." Yu Qinya's killing intent was very cold, causing the surrounding geniuses to go into an uproar. Heavens, who was Yu Qinya talking to? They all looked over. The next moment, they looked at Shen Jingqiu. No way, Yu Qinya actually had a conflict with the spirit race's scientists. However, they were soon stunned. That was because the person who responded was not Shen Jingqiu. Instead, it was the man beside her. Lin Xian also sneered. "Why can't I come? However, I am very curious as to why you dared to come. Weren't you threatened by someone not long ago? Weren't you beaten up on the ground? Your reputation has long since gone down the drain. Logically speaking, you should be obediently holed up at home. I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned and dare to come out. I really admire your courage. If we're talking about shamelessness, I think you're qualified to be one of the top geniuses." A faint mocking voice rang out. The surrounding people went crazy. Did this guy not want to live anymore? How dare he provoke Yu Qinya? Moreover, the other party was obviously rubbing salt in his wound. Who didn't know that Yu Qinya had suffered a huge blow a few days ago? He had indeed become a laughingstock. However, that was only in private. Who would dare to laugh at Yu Qinya in front of him? The other party was a 4th-layer saint. How powerful was his strength? However, they discovered that there was actually someone who didn't know what was good for him. "You're courting death." Yu Qinya was furious. He took a step forward, and his killing intent swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was so terrifying. Many people were sent flying, and their faces were filled with fear. When a genius was angry, blood would flow for 1,000 miles. "Oh, you want to attack me?" Lin Xian glanced at the other party. He had actually advanced a level and became a 4th-layer saint. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant here. However, I advise you to retract your killing intent. Otherwise, you may be pressed to the ground and beaten again. Crazy, crazy. This kid was completely crazy. They could sense that Lin Xian was only a 2nd heaven sage, yet he dared to challenge a 4th heaven sage. Wasn't he courting death? Sure enough, Yu Qianya's killing intent was awe-inspiring. He raised his hand, and a terrifying law filled the air. It seemed that he was about to attack. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the sky. It was like thunder, and a large crack appeared in the void. The law on Yu Qianya's body instantly disappeared. Who dared to stop him? He looked over angrily, and in the next moment, he was stunned. Everyone else was stunned too. It turned out that it was the elder from Peerless City. Soon, everyone's scalp went numb. This was the special envoy of Peerless City. Yu Qinya also stopped and did not attack. The elder said, "If the 2 of you want to fight, you can leave this place. If you want to participate in Peerless City's assessment, you have to abide by the rules." "Senior, you're right. I don't want to fight, but some people are too overbearing." Lin Xian cupped his fists and said. He still had a good impression of Peerless City. Yes, the old man also nodded slightly. On the other side, Yu Qinya snorted and did not attack again. Instead, he looked at Lin Xian. "Kid, I'll let you know what despair is later. I'll show you my strength." Although he could not attack now, Yu Qinya had already decided that he would completely crush the other party during the assessment. He would make the other party feel despair. Then, when he succeeded in joining Peerless City, he would kill the other party. He had wanted to kill Lin Xian before. Not long ago, he was beaten up and threatened because he could not find the culprit. He had nowhere to vent his anger. Now that he met Lin Xian, he naturally wanted to vent it all. The others seemed to know this as well, so they looked over. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. This kid was too unlucky. Yes, everyone knew that Yu Qianye was angry and needed someone to vent his anger. Everyone was avoiding him. However, this kid did not know what was good for him. They were afraid that Yu Qianye would vent all his anger on him. Everyone was not optimistic about Lin Xian. However, they did not know that the person who beat up Yu Qianye and threatened him was Lin Xian. Even Yu Qianye himself didn't know. If he knew, he would probably be angered to death. The other sky brides also looked at Lin Xian. They did not know where this guy got his confidence from. Was it because he had Shen Jingqiu's backing? In an instant, many people thought that Lin Xian was a gigolo, a guy who lived off a woman. All right, let's begin. In the sky, the elder of Peerless City gave the order. All the contestants were ready to move. Di Ling took the lead. His body swayed, and he rushed directly to the 9th heaven. Behind him were Ghostly, Shirbufan, and the rest of the 8 geniuses. Further behind them were the various experts and saints. They were like a torrential flood as they charged upwards. Let's go too. Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu also rose into the sky and flew up. They first entered the projection of the 9th heaven. The pressure was also very strong. Ordinary saints could not withstand it. However, Lin Xian and Gue Li had been here a few times. They were already used to the pressure, so their speed was very fast. Like lightning, they cut through the crowd and flew up quickly. During this time, many experts and saints who were participating in the competition saw this scene and felt their scalps go numb.
Damn, who was so fast?
Damn it, it was that gigolo. Chapter 3640.
What?
It's him. He's a level 2 sage, and his cultivation is lower than mine? How can he be so fast? Shen Jingqiu is with him. It must be Shen Jingqiu who brought him to fly. Everyone thought that it was Shen Jingqiu's credit for Lin Xian's speed, and they were indignant. Lin Xian did not care about such discussions, because these people would soon know his true strength. The two of them were very fast, and it did not take long for them to reach the real 9 heavens. The pressure here was very high, so there were only a few dozen people around. Most of them were still fighting in the projection of the 9 heavens. When they arrived, a few dozen people turned their heads to look at them. It was Shen Jingqiu. Many people exclaimed. They were still wondering why they did not see Shen Jingqiu, but they did not expect her to be behind them. When they saw that there was someone beside Shen Jingqiu, they were stunned. In the next moment, their expressions became disdainful. So it's this gigolo. Maybe Shen Jingqiu came later because she wanted to take care of this gigolo. You trash. How could you come here without relying on women? Yu Qianye was the first to speak, his eyes filled with disdain. The others also had ridicule in their eyes. Shen Jingqiu's face turned cold. She wanted to act, but was stopped by Lin Xian, who shook his head slightly. He did not let Shen Jingqiu say anything, but he said it himself. Do you know what it means to court death? If you provoke me now, you will die a horrible death later. This kid is crazy. Even now, he still dares to provoke Yu Qianye. Yu Qianye sneered. He did not make a move himself, but looked around. Everyone, no matter what, we are the most powerful sages, and we are all people who have hopes of entering Wushuang City. But now, there's an ant among us. Don't you all feel uncomfortable? Why don't we work together and get rid of this trash first? For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian, their eyes filled with coldness. Indeed, to be honest, although they were not allowed to fight, their combined might of saints was not something that the other party could withstand. I agreed. A few saints nodded with cold smiles on their faces. It was obvious that they wanted to attack as well. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Yu Qianye, you're still trash after all. You want to join forces with the others to get rid of me, a second heaven sage. So, you can't get rid of me yourself? Someone like you is worthy of being called one of the 8 heavens favorites? I really feel ashamed for the other 7. You're courting death. Yu Qianye, was enraged. His holy aura surged towards Lin Xian. The sage's aura caused many people's expressions to change. Some of the sages who had just arrived were even sent flying. Outside the ninth heaven, countless people were watching. Their eyes were shining. Those people were really strong. They had arrived below the nine heavens so quickly. Soon, they would step into the real nine heavens. That was for sure. As for the others, it would be good if even 1% of them could enter. That pretty boy also went. He must have come with Xinjingqiu's help. Look, Yu Qianya is attacking that guy.
What?
Didn't they say that fighting was prohibited? He was using his holy aura. He wanted to use his holy aura and the surrounding pressure to make that kid scram. Ha, that's great. I told you, that kid is just an ant. He definitely won't be allowed to enter the nine heavens. The surrounding onlookers started to discuss when they saw this scene. Lin Xian was indeed attacked by the sage's aura. However, he did not care. He stood there with his hands behind his back. No matter how much Renping attacked, he still had a smile on his face. You want to chase me away with this little bit of holy aura? Looks like you really need to join forces. If you can join forces with the eight heavens favorites and exert pressure on me, it might work a little. Lin Xian smiled. The surrounding people went crazy. How was it possible? Nothing happened to Renping. It was unbelievable. One had to know that there was a difference of 2 realms between them. Even if he could not kill Renping with his aura, it would be easy to make him scram. However, he did not succeed. Could it be that Xinjingqiu made a move? However, they did not find Xinjingqiu making a move. Yu Qianya's face turned ugly when he saw that he did not succeed. Damn it, what kind of treasure did this kid have to be able to block his aura? Or was it the spirit race's Saintus? His face was cold. However, he was determined not to let Lin Xian reach the 9 heavens. Hence, he looked around again. Are you really going to let a second heaven ant jump in front of us? He has no right to stand with us. Yes, I think it's necessary to get rid of the trash. A few figures walked out with cold smiles on their faces. However, one of the 8 heavens favorites, Ghostly, snorted. Join forces with you? Not interested. Maybe this kid is right. Yu Qianya, you're too useless. You can't even deal with the second heaven cultivator. You don't deserve to be one of the 8 heavens favorites. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people sucked in a cold breath. Yu Qianya's face turned ugly. Damn it, someone dared to refute him, and it was Ghostly. Ghostly was from the Demon Star. He once wanted to capture his sister. Hence, both sides were enemies. It was normal that Ghostly did not listen to him. He snorted coldly with a gloomy expression, and then looked at the others. I'm not interested. Shi Bufan retracted his gaze and looked at Di Ling and the 9 heavens. I'm not interested either. Shi Sui Tian Chen also shook his head. Wang Xiaofeng was on Shi Sui Tian Chen's side. Hence, she also turned around and ignored him. Among the 8 heavens favorites, 4 of them ignored him. Xinjingqiu stood beside Lin Xian. Hence, there were only 3 people left. Yu Qianya was completely against it. Hence, only the first-ranked Di Ling and the 8th-ranked Yang Hao were left. Yang Hao shrugged. To be honest, it didn't matter if Lin Xian went up or not, because Lin Xian was not a threat to him. His target was the other members of the 8 great prodigies. Hence, only Di Ling was left. If Di Ling did not support him, then Yu Qianya's face would be completely lost. The atmosphere became awkward. Lin Xian chuckled as well. Seems like your character isn't all that great. Didn't you see how much the 8 geniuses despise you? That's why I'm advising you to go home and be a coward. Damn it. I'm so angry. Yu Qianya was so angry that his lungs were about to explode.
His teeth were about to shatter.
His body was trembling, and his killing intent was monstrous. At this time, Di Ling spoke. Qianya is right. I also think that ants have no right to stand with us. His words caused an uproar among the crowd. Di Ling actually stood on Yu Qianya's side. This was out of everyone's expectations. What was going on? Everyone was puzzled. Yu Qianya's eyes were filled with joy. Di Ling actually helped him. This was great. With Di Ling's help, So what if the others did not agree? Kid, looks like your luck is really bad. Today you will die. Chapter 3641. Idiot. Lin Xian sneered. Why would dealing help you? Do you really think your character is good? Isn't it all because of your sister? Don't forget, your Rain clan's bloodline used your sister as a cultivation vessel. Your cultivation realm should rise very quickly. He hit the nail on the head. Everyone suddenly understood. So, Di Ling had this idea. Indeed, the Rain clan's bloodline was very helpful for cultivation, especially Yu Shirchia, who was the Rain clan's genius. If someone could dual cultivate with her, then their cultivation would rise very quickly. Di Ling had obviously taken a fancy to this point. Although the news of Yu Shirchia being stripped down to her undergarment had spread throughout the universe, so what? Compared to great strength, Di Ling didn't care about this at all. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Di Ling's face sank. He looked at Lin Xian, a trace of coldness in his eyes. In truth, Lin Xian's guess was exactly what he had planned in his heart. Yu Shirchia was incomparably arrogant. Her bloodline was abnormal, and she probably had many suitors before. Even if he went to pursue her, he might not have been able to succeed. After all, the Rain clan's ambitions were great. Perhaps they wanted to marry a disciple of the Holy City. But now, the situation had changed. Peerless City's examination would begin now. He would become a disciple of the Holy City without any accidents. Second, Yu Shirchia's reputation had taken a great hit. Not everyone would be willing to accept it. At worst, after he accepted her, he would treat her as a concubine or a cultivation vessel. This way, his strength would undergo a tremendous change. When he finished using her, he would just throw her away. Originally, all of this was done in secret. Even if others knew, they wouldn't say it. But Lin Xian actually said it out loud in front of everyone. This made him lose all face. Thinking of this, a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Reckless idiot, it seems you really don't need to live in this world. On Yu Qianya's side, his face was also gloomy. To be honest, he didn't resist Di Ling having designs on his sister. Di Ling's talent was very strong. As one of the 8 geniuses, he was completely worthy of his sister. And if the two sides could form a marriage alliance, their Yu clan's strength would greatly increase. More importantly, this brat had angered Di Ling. He really didn't know what was good for him. Shen Jingqiu also had a trace of worry. If she faced Yu Qianya alone, she wouldn't be afraid. But against Di Ling, she didn't have much confidence. This person was terrifying, and he had many trump cards. Therefore, she said, "Be careful, Brother Lin. This guy is very strong." "Don't worry, I'm confident." Lin Xian smiled. Di Ling had his trump card.
Of.
The next moment, he directly met Di Ling's gaze and said, "You've been standing here for so long. What? Do you have the confidence to reach the 9th heaven?" "Let me." Ling.
Of.
Was he provoking Zero? No one dared to believe their eyes. They didn't think that the other party would first provoke Yu Qianya and now provoke the Imperial Mausoleum. Was he tired of living? "How dare you speak to me like that?"
Ew.
Di Ling's voice was cold. "No one has ever dared to talk to me like that. Is that so?" Lin Xian took 2 more steps forward. He was closer to Di Ling, and at the same time, closer to the 9 levels of heaven. His eyes shone with a strange light. "No one has ever dared to talk to you like that? What a joke. Didn't your elders teach you a lesson? Even if they weren't from the older generation, no one in the same generation said that to you? I remember that during the Battle of Tongtian Tower, there was someone who took the Qilin horn in front of you. You didn't even dare to fart at that time. The crowd was in an uproar. They really didn't know that." Although the Battle of Tongtian Tower was a big deal, it only happened in one world. No one else went. In the end, they only knew that the Qilin horn was taken by a mysterious expert, but they didn't know who it was. At the same time, they didn't think that there was such a thing. Di Ling's face darkened. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. This matter was the biggest humiliation of his life. But luckily, this matter didn't spread widely. Not many people knew about it. But now the other party actually knew about it, and even said it out loud. There were so few geniuses here. Once the news was said, it would immediately spread throughout the world. Nonsense. Di Ling was one of the 8 geniuses. Who would dare to threaten him? Yu Qianya snorted. Kid, don't spread rumors. I spread rumors? I can only say that you're an idiot. Look at his expression. Does it look like he's spreading rumors? Yu Qianya looked at Di Ling. Di Ling's face was terrifyingly dark. The murderous intent in his eyes was even more terrifying than his own. This made his heart skip a beat. It's over. It seems that such a thing really happened. I didn't think that you would know about this. Di Ling's voice was cold. Humph, at that time it was a senior from Wushuang City who wanted the Qilin horn. I naturally gave it to him. What? In the end, the Qilin horn was taken by someone from Wushuang City? The crowd was in an uproar. If that was the case, then the matter could be explained. If Di Ling wanted to participate in Wushuang City's test, she would have to curry favor with Wushuang City. So maybe Ling didn't fight for the Qilin horn at that time. So that was the case. They heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. How could Di Ling be beaten to the point that he didn't even dare to fart? Lin Xian laughed loudly, as if he had heard the funniest joke. Di Ling's face was ashen. He roared crazily. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you. You're really disappointing. I didn't think that the first place of the 8 geniuses would be trash like you. You're courting death. Di Ling walked out with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. Did I say something wrong? You let me out? Are you sure? You can lie to others, but can you lie to yourself? You keep calling the people from Wushuang City your senior. Do you really think you can successfully enter Wushuang City? At the end of the day, you did back off because you met someone stronger than you. When you meet a strong person, you either fight to the death and die honorably, or you retreat. There's nothing shameful about it. After all, you only have one life. But you obviously retreated, yet you still put gold on your face. I look down on you because of this. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of light, and a wave of arrogance appeared on his body. This arrogance was something that no one else had. Previously, I was on the same level as you on a certain ranking list. At that time, I also treated you as a top genius. I even treated you as an opponent. But now, I see you. Lin Xian shook his head. I really feel that my previous understanding is laughable. You're not worthy to be my opponent. Chapter 30, 642. Lin Xian's voice clearly spread in all directions. At this moment, everyone heard it and went crazy. What did he say? Di Ling was not worthy to be his opponent.
Song.
Who dared to go against Di Ling? Even the top 8 geniuses did not dare to. But now, a second heaven sage dared to say that Di Ling was not worthy to be his opponent. Such arrogant words. What was he if not an idiot? Sure enough, Di Ling laughed. Yu Qianya also laughed. The surrounding experts also had a disdainful sneer. It seemed that the opponent was indeed an ant. He did not know how strong Di Ling was. Shi Bufan, Zhishui Sky City, Wang Xiaofeng and the others were puzzled. Where did this guy get his confidence from? Was it just because of Shen Jingqiu's thigh? But even Shen Jingqiu herself did not dare to go against Di Ling. Especially Zhishui Sky City. He cultivated eye techniques. His observation was very sharp. Although he felt that Lin Xian's face was unfamiliar, his temperament made him feel incomparably familiar. He had definitely seen him before, and it was very deep. But who was he? Everyone was disdainful, but Shen Jingqiu's eyes were shining. This was her brother Lin, the hero in her heart. Even in the face of Di Ling, he did not shrink back. Moreover, she believed that brother Lin would be the ultimate champion. Only Lin Xian was qualified to be the eldest disciple. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He was not affected by the surrounding people. He said indifferently, "You can laugh at me. But this only means that you are short-sighted. Soon you will know that Di Ling is indeed not qualified to be my opponent." After he finished saying those words, he ignored those people and walked forward with large strides. Everyone went crazy. Does this kid want to be the first to reach the ninth heaven? Courting death. Dealing also had some followers. When they saw this scene, their faces turned cold, and they wanted to scold him. However, Dealing stopped them and smiled coldly. It didn't matter. He would let one of them go. I want to see how a second heaven ant can reach the ninth heaven. If he can't even reach the first heaven, I really want to know, how will he face the words he said before? Yu Qinya laughed coldly as well. That's right. He wanted to humiliate Qin Wentian in front of everyone. He wanted to let everyone in the world know that Qin Wentian was just a bragger trash. His strength was simply not enough. The spectators below were also stunned. Heavens, what was going on? The first person to reach the ninth layer of heaven was not Dealing, but a second-layer saint. It was that gigolo. Everyone was going crazy. Could this guy ascend to the nine heavens? It was very difficult. The pressure of the nine heavens was extremely great. Even the first level of heaven was not something that anyone could ascend. Those below the third level of heaven had no hope at all. That brat was only a second heaven sage, and he was only in the early stage. He would probably be crushed into a bloody mist in an instant. Under countless gazes, Lin Xian finally took a step forward and stepped into the first layer of heaven. Instantly, the first layer of heaven began to tremble. An endless amount of pressure pressed down on them. It was as though an entire world was pressing down on them. That berserk power had increased exponentially. It was simply too berserk. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Light bloomed from his body and suppressed the huge pressure. In the next moment, his other foot also stepped up. He stood on the first heaven of the nine heavens, then turned around and looked down. Like a god, he looked down at the people below. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a long time, Lin Xian was still standing there with his hands behind his back. He was not injured at all. Not to mention that his body was cracked. How was that possible? The others were going crazy. They could not believe it. Were my eyes playing tricks on me? He actually ascended to the ninth layer of heaven. Damn it, it was too strange. The crowd was in an uproar, because this was completely different from what they had guessed before. They had guessed that when Qin Wentian stepped onto the ninth layer of heaven, he would turn into a bloody mist. But now, Qin Wentian was standing there perfectly fine. This was a slap to everyone's face. Could it be that the pressure of the ninth layer of heaven was not as terrifying as they had imagined? That was possible. After all, the first layer of heaven might not be that strong. Moreover, that kid was a body refinement martial artist. That was why he could ascend to the first layer of heaven. However, some people shook their heads. It was impossible. This was not an ordinary assessment. This was the assessment of Wushuang City. They were recruiting disciples. How could they allow an ordinary person to ascend? One had to know that if he ascended to the first layer of heaven, he would be qualified to participate in the next level. Wushuang City would never do such a thing. This made sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. Could it be that the other party was wearing a battle armor? Moreover, it was a sage-tier battle armor. That was why it was able to withstand such a terrifying pressure. Yes, that must be it. Everyone's eyes lit up. Damn it, this kid actually had a sacred weapon. Moreover, it was a defensive sacred weapon. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Many people's eyes turned red. If they had such a sacred weapon, they could also successfully become a disciple of Wushuang City. What was this kid's identity? He actually had a sacred weapon in his hand. Countless envious voices rang out again. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts. However, at the next moment, the voice of the Wushuang City's messenger rang out. The ninth layer of heaven is very strange. You can't use any weapons to help you when you step onto the ninth layer of heaven. You can only rely on your own strength, talent, and bloodline.
What?
You can't use sacred weapons after stepping onto the ninth layer of heaven? Everyone was in an uproar. Then the second possibility was not valid. Then what was going on? They had just thought of a reasonable explanation, but it was immediately rejected. Could it be that it was the first possibility? Only the first layer of heaven was not that dangerous. Let me try. The eyes of a third heaven saint above were bloodshot. He rushed up in an instant. At the next moment, he stepped onto the 9th layer of heaven. Everyone's heart was also nervous. If he could also ascend, then there was hope for the others. Everyone was extremely excited. However, at the next moment, they were dumbfounded. That 3rd layer saint instantly screamed and exploded, turning into a mist of blood.
What?
He actually failed? How was that possible? That person was an early-stage 3rd layer saint. He couldn't even last a second. Everyone's heart turned cold. They knew that the 9th layer of heaven was not a place that anyone could ascend. It was estimated that ordinary 3rd layer saints would not be able to ascend. However, what was going on? How did that 2nd layer saint get up there? He couldn't rely on sacred weapons. Could it be that he relied on himself? Thank you for your support, recommendations, monthly votes, and rewards. Chapter 36:43. Everyone was shocked at the thought of this possibility. Was this still the ant that they despised? I think we've all misjudged him. An elder said, "This kid is obviously one of them. He's really strong." Even without Shinjingqiu's help, he could still stand at the 1st layer of heaven. This showed that he was a genius. At least, most people had to look up to him. Too cool. This kid can actually fight above his level. This is really too cool. Some people were excited. Their strength was not high. They were all saints at the 1st or 2nd layer of heaven. They had no hope of participating in the Holy City's assessment. But now, there was someone with the same cultivation as them who could step into the 9th layer of heaven. This made them excited. Gigolo, I support you. Freeloader bro, we support you. Voices rang out one after another. Everyone's mouth twitched. But they were speechless. Indeed, other than those 2 titles, they really did not know who he was. Where did this genius come from? Up above, the 8 geniuses were also stunned, and so were the other experts. This kid really went up and succeeded. This was a slap in everyone's face. Some people's faces darkened. Among them, Di Ling and Yu Qianya's faces were scarily dark. Shun Jingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Great. She knew that Brother Lin would be fine. Interesting. In Stillwater Sky City, Sherbufan and the others narrowed their eyes. Ghostly also smiled. Looks like it's time for us to act. The others took a deep breath. Their eyes shone with a cold light. Indeed, it was time for them to act. Di Ling took the lead and walked out. He sneered. So, what if he can step into the 1st layer of heaven? He can't be compared to me. He let out a long roar. His body shone brightly as he rushed into the sky. In an instant, he entered the 1st layer of heaven. But he did not stop. He continued to go up. The 2nd layer of heaven, the 3rd layer of heaven. Then he landed. He crossed the 3rd layer of heaven in one step. Everyone went crazy. What kind of pressure was this? The elder screamed. He's too strong. Is this the strength of the 8 geniuses? It's really terrifying. Even the surrounding strong cultivators were astonished. This imperial mausoleum was indeed terrifying. I'm going to. Ghostly sneered. His body and mind flickered, and he also crossed the 3 heavens in one step to search for the imperial mausoleum. At this moment, Di Ling had already disappeared from the 3rd layer of heaven. He was probably charging towards a higher level. Sherbufan let out a roar and chased after Qin Nan. On the other side, Shui Tianchun, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others made their moves too. Yu Qianya had also arrived at the 1st layer of heavens. He gazed at Lin Xian with a smile on his face. Brat, you've exceeded my expectations, but that's all. You can only stay in the 1st heaven for the rest of your life, but I'm different. Don't worry, you can still live now. After I become a disciple of Peerless City, I will kill you. As he spoke, he also rushed towards the 2nd heaven. The others started to move. Those who were strong enough were able to reach the 1st layer of heaven and were rushing to the 2nd layer of heaven. This was because it had been said before that the higher one charged, the higher one's ranking would be, and the greater the benefits would be. No one would give up on this opportunity. However, not everyone could reach the first layer of heaven. The first layer of heaven seemed to be the most basic, but it had stumped countless experts. Many people were already struggling to reach the first layer of heaven, not to mention reaching the second layer of heaven. Some of them tried to force their way up, but their bodies were torn apart, and those who tried hard exploded into a bloody mist, screaming as they ran away. Everyone was alarmed. Sure enough, the first heavenly layer of the 9 heavens was not so easy to cross. The surrounding onlookers were all excited. This was a rare scene. Shen Jingqiu also arrived at the first layer of heaven and came to Lin Xian's side. "Brother Lin, let's go quickly. Don't be left behind by them. Don't worry, the higher you go, the harder it will be. They won't be able to reach the 9th layer of heaven so easily." Lin Xian felt the pressure of the first layer of heaven, and he could make a preliminary judgment. He was now a veteran who had gone through hundreds of battles. Hence, he was able to analyze the 9th layer of heaven and the strength of those people. Although it wasn't 100% accurate, it was basically the same. Moreover, he said, "Qiu, don't be anxious. The 9th layer of heaven seems to have some special characteristics. Is there something else?" Shen Jingqiu was shocked. She carefully sensed it, then frowned. "Now that you mention it, it is indeed a little unusual. However, it is too ethereal to grasp." Lin Xian nodded slightly and carefully sensed it.
Wow.
He suddenly raised his hand and punched towards the void. With a clang, the sound of thunder resounded between heaven and earth. It was like the sound of a yellow bell, resounding through heaven and earth. Not only did the people in the 9th layer of heaven hear it, but the onlookers outside the 9th layer of heaven also heard it. What's going on? Did someone use a sacred weapon? Everyone was shocked. Didn't they say that they couldn't use it? Everyone was puzzled. The few envoys from Peerless City curled up their lips into a smile. Someone was able to ring the bell so soon? The elders said loudly. The 9th layer of heaven has the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Let's see if you can sound it. Everyone was in an uproar. So that's what it means. Every layer of heaven has the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Although they didn't know what it was, it must be extraordinary to be able to sound the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Sure enough, after that, more and more voices rang out, coming from different places. It was obvious that the other elites had also started to sound the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Lin Xian retracted his palm. When he heard the elder's words, he squinted his eyes. So that's how it is. The heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Everyone should be able to sound at most 9 sounds on each layer of heaven. This sound contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Every sound was a baptism of the Tao. Sure, let's act quickly. This is extremely beneficial for our comprehension of the laws. As he spoke, Lin Xian roared and punched in all directions. 1, 2, 3 terrifying sounds of thunder rang out one after another. Instantly, 9 sounds of thunder circled around heaven and earth. Damn, who is it? The heavenly thunder 9 sounds was in an uproar. Everyone was in an uproar. Even the few people from Wushuang City had a piercing look in their eyes. The elder soared into the sky, releasing a powerful aura. It was too unbelievable. Someone could sound 9 sounds in an instant. Chapter 3644. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that the heavenly thunder sound, 9 sounds sounded at the same time. It was actually very difficult. Even the first level of heaven found it difficult to do. But now, someone actually did it. It was really too unbelievable. Who was it? Who was it? Everyone was discussing, but the few envoys from Peerless City could clearly see it. They saw that in the first level of heaven, there was a young man in red who punched in all directions, hitting out 9 levels of heaven. It was this kid. Their faces were full of surprise. To be honest, they thought it was Di Ling or Ghostly, but they did not expect it to be neither. It was actually Lin Xian, the 2nd level saint. He hit out the heavenly thunder 9 sounds from the start. The 9 sounds rumbled, and the great Tao Law surrounded Lin Xian, causing Lin Xian to instantly sit down cross-legged and quickly comprehend. Beside him, Jingqiu also quickly made a move, but he only hit out 7 sounds. But this was already very impressive, so she also quickly sat down to comprehend. After a while, Jingqiu opened her eyes, and a smile appeared on her face. It was indeed useful. She felt that her use of laws had become stronger, and her laws had actually improved. This Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds was really too amazing. She really wanted to try it again. Lin Xian beside her also opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Let's quickly go to the second level of heaven. He also stood up, and at the same time, a piercing light burst out from his eyes. The Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds were all hit out by him, and his comprehension was even more profound. At the same time, he had a thought in his mind. Just the first level of heaven was already able to comprehend to such an extent. If all 9 levels of heaven were hit, what kind of realm would it be? He might be able to break through in an instant. Thinking of this possibility, he was incomparably excited. One had to know that unless there was some heaven-defying opportunity, it was very difficult to break through. Some people could be stuck in a small realm for thousands of years, and it was possible. For example, Yuqinya's cultivation breakthrough. That was something that the Rain clan had paid a huge price for, and probably would not be able to do a second time. It could be said that those who could come were all world-class geniuses. They had experienced hundreds and thousands of years of fortuitous encounters before they could achieve what they had today. Lin Xian was much younger than those people. He was not even 100 years old. There was only a difference of 2 celestial layers. If this news were to spread, it would definitely be heaven-defying. But this time, Lin Xian decided to use the 9 heavens to break through again. Thinking of this, he and Jingqiu quickly went to the second heaven. The pressure of the second heaven was much greater than that of the first heaven. However, this was not a problem for the two of them. Thus, the two of them quickly arrived at the second layer. When those people saw the scene, they were incomparably frightened. They did not doubt Jingqiu's strength, but for Lin Xian, it was really inconceivable that he could reach the second layer of heaven. This brat's strength was a little ridiculously strong. Lin Xian did not pay attention to the others. Instead, he said to Jingqiu, "Let's begin."
Try your best.
After saying that, he also moved his fists and began to attack in all directions. The sound of the great Tao resounded again. For a moment, everyone was amazed. At the same time, in the 5th heaven of the 9 heavens, Di Ling's expression was cold. He attacked in all directions in the 5th heaven, except for the 6 heavenly thunder sounds. Then he began to comprehend. Currently, he was the highest. The others, like Guili, had reached the 4th heaven. The others, like Shibufan and Shui Tiancheng, had also reached the 4th heaven. The others, like Wang Xiaofeng and Yuqinya, were at the 3rd heaven. They were all trying their best to find a way to hit as many heavenly thunder sounds as possible. Shibufan roared and punched in all directions. In the 4th heaven, he hit 6 heavenly thunder sounds. Then he began to comprehend. Guili sneered. His body was full of ghost qi, and he hit 7 heavenly thunder sounds. Shui Tiancheng did not make a move, but the stars in his eyes disappeared. His gaze pierced through the void, and he also hit 7 heavenly thunder sounds. On the other side, in the 3rd heaven, Yuqinya roared and used the Rain clan's great ability. He actually hit 8 heavenly thunder sounds, which made him wild with joy. This is great. He was too excited. He almost hit all of the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. He thought that other than him, no one else could do it. However, when he was about to comprehend, he suddenly heard 9 sounds at the same time, shaking heaven and earth. 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Damn it, it was the 9 heavenly thunder sounds again. How is this possible? Yuqinya could not believe it. He had just heard the 9 heavenly thunder sounds, and now he heard it again.
Who was it?
In an instant, he thought of Di Ling. Damn it, this imperial mausoleum was really too terrifying.
But soon he calmed down.
Di Ling was strong, but he was not weak either. He hit 8 heavenly thunder sounds, so he was second only to Di Ling. Thinking of this, he smiled. Even if he could not be the first disciple, it was not bad to be the second disciple. So, he sat down cross-legged and started to comprehend quickly. The others were also shocked. For example, in the fourth heaven, Shirbufan, Guili, and Shui Tiancheng's expressions were cold. Damn it, was Diling already this strong? This was unbelievable. The people outside were also discussing. In their opinion, there was only one person who could hit the 9 heavenly thunder sounds, and that was Diling. Other than that, it was impossible for anyone else. However, the people from Wushuang City did not think so. They could clearly see the scene of the 9 heavens. At this moment, their faces were full of shock. Even the old man was dumbfounded. It was this kid again. How is this possible? He saw that the one who hit the 9 heavenly thunder sounds was a young man in red, a second heaven sage. That's right, the one who hit the 9 heavenly thunder sounds was Lin Xian. Lin Xian was too powerful. After Shun Jingqiu hit the 7 heavenly thunder sounds, her face was full of envy. Lin Xian smiled. Quickly comprehend it. You might be able to break through next time. Shun Jingqiu nodded and quickly sat down to comprehend. On the other side, Lin Xian did the same. In the 5th heaven, Diling opened his eyes. His expression was first filled with joy. This allowed him to have a new understanding and improvement in his laws. However, soon he frowned slightly. Who was the one who hit the 9 heavenly thunder sounds? Could it be that guy, Guili? Everyone outside was guessing that it was him who hit the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. However, he knew that he had never hit the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. At most, he had only hit the 8 heavenly thunder sounds. That was in the 3rd heaven. Hence, he guessed that it was Guili. Guili was the one whose strength was closest to his, and he was from the Fiend Star. The Fiend Star was a place where countless ruthless people gathered. There were galactic pirates, and the laws of martial arts were very complicated. Perhaps Ghostly had learned some special abilities. This Guili should be in the 3rd heaven now. If that was the case, it was nothing. He was already in the 5th heaven. Hitting the 9 heavenly thunder sounds in the 3rd heaven would be easier. Hence, he did not mind. Chapter 30, 645. Taking a deep breath, he struck out with his palm again, and actually struck out a new one. My previous comprehension of the laws had a new improvement, so I can strike out again. Thinking of this, he hurried to comprehend again. Diling's strategy was simple. He did not care whether he could strike out the 9 sounds, but whether he could ascend to the 9 heavens. Therefore, he had to move forward as much as possible to distance himself from the others. If he could ascend to the 9th or 8th heaven, even if he only struck out 1 heavenly thunder sound, it would be much more powerful than striking out 9 heavenly thunder sounds at the same heaven. On this point, Diling was right. However, he was too fixated on the results and forgot about the process of comprehension. Lin Xian was different in this regard. He did not care about how many heavens he could ascend. What he cared about was whether he could comprehend the 9 heavenly thunder sounds at each heaven and strengthen his own laws. At this moment, Lin Xian woke up from his comprehension again. He said to Jingqiu, "Qiu'er, is that enough?" Jingqiu nodded. "I want to strike again." As she spoke, she struck out again, and struck out the 8 heavenly thunder sounds. There was an additional thunder sound. This was due to Jingqiu's new comprehension. This scene made Lin Xian happy. "That's great. Hurry up and comprehend." Jingqiu quickly sat down to comprehend. Finally, the two of them rose into the air again. They headed towards the 3rd heaven. Soon, they arrived at the 3rd heaven. There were much fewer people in the 3rd heaven because those who could come here were all extraordinary. Even Wang Xiaofeng and Yu Qianya were here. Yu Qianya had just finished comprehending. He was full of confidence and wanted to leave. However, he was stunned by the next person. Damn it, how could it be? He was stunned because he saw Lin Xian. But why was he here? This was unbelievable. Wasn't he at the 1st heaven? What was going on? Lin Xian and Jingqiu naturally saw Yu Qianya and squinted their eyes. A trash like you is still able to reach the 3rd layer of heaven. You really surprised me, Lin Xian said faintly. Damn it. That's what I want to say. Yu Qinya roared madly. Damned brat, I didn't expect you to be able to come up here. To be honest, he was really shocked. In his opinion, Lin Xian would only be able to reach the first layer of heaven in his lifetime. He couldn't even ascend to the second heaven. But now he actually saw him in the third heaven. How could this be? Shunjingqiu. It must be because of this woman that this brat was able to come up. Yes, that's right, that must be it. Yu Qinya kept consoling himself. Lin Xian saw through the other party's thoughts and sneered. What an idiot. Was it fun to deceive oneself? Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough that I'll surpass you completely because I've never treated you as an opponent. What a sharp-tongued brat. Keep being stubborn. Shunjingqiu can only help you to the third heaven. That's already the limit. I don't believe that you can ascend to the fourth heaven. I'll trample you under my feet for the rest of my life. Yu Qinya roared madly and then rushed towards the fourth heaven. The pressure of the fourth heaven was very strong. Yu Qinya felt a strong force that wanted to crush him. His body trembled, and he almost fell from the sky. Trample me under your feet?
Dream on.
Seems like you can't even break through the fourth heaven. How dare you talk big in front of me? Lin Xian raised his head to look at the scene and sneered. Courting death. Open for me. Wind and rain 9 transformations. Yu Qinya roared madly. Rain poured down from his body, and the wind howled. It turned into a torrent of lava and slashed towards the sky. Finally, he tore a crack in the fourth heaven and rushed in. This brat could actually go up. Shunjingqiu was surprised. Lin Xian was very calm.
He said that it was nothing.
The fourth heaven should not be a problem for him. But it seemed like this was his limit. Unless he had a new comprehension. But even if he had a new comprehension, it would be the fifth heaven at most. It was impossible for him to go any higher. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a golden light. He directly gave Yu Qinya a conclusion. At the same time, he said, Don't worry about that brat. He's nothing to be afraid of. Let's hurry up and comprehend the heavenly thunder 9 sounds.
Buzz.
Lin Xian waved his fist again. The golden fist was incomparable. It carried the power of the 5 elemental law. It seemed like it could destroy everything. With one punch, the entire third heaven shook violently. It was as if the sky and the earth had been turned upside down. The surrounding third heaven cultivators were all stunned. Who was this? How could he be so fierce? Was he trying to destroy the heavens? They all turned their heads and looked around. In the next moment, they saw Lin Xian.
Damn.
It's this brat. Damn it, how is it possible? How did this brat come up? These people were crazy. Wang Xiaofeng naturally saw Lin Xian as well. She had just awoken from her meditation and was preparing to leave. But in the next moment, she discovered that Lin Xian was attacking the third heavenly layer. And the commotion was extremely shocking. It's him. He could actually come up here. Lin Xian's appearance shocked Wang Xiaofeng. But that was not the most shocking thing. Soon, Wang Xiaofeng's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. That was because she heard 9 voices. The heavenly thunder 9 sounds surrounded Lin Xian, making him look like a god. He actually hit 9 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. How is this possible? Honestly, she was really too shocked. One had to know that she had only hit 7 sounds here. Although it was only a difference of 2 sounds, it was like heaven and earth. It was impossible for her to go any further. 9 sounds were simply a legend to her. Damn it, 9 heavenly thunder 9 sounds, and it was a punch. This brat was a monster. After the Imperial Mausoleum, was there someone else who could hit the heavenly thunder 9 sounds? No, she had to tell Shui that a peerless enemy had appeared. In Wang Xiaofeng's opinion, the first 2 heavenly thunder 9 sounds must have been hit by the Imperial Mausoleum. But Lin Xian could also hit it successfully. He was a genius on par with the Imperial Mausoleum. She rushed into the sky, shocked. She wanted to tear the 4th heaven apart because she had to tell Shui Tianchen this news. At this moment, Shunjingqiu clapped and cheered. Big Brother Lin was really too powerful. This was already the third Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds. Qiu was really envious. The sound was not loud, but Wang Xiaofeng heard it clearly. She almost fell from the sky. She floated in the air, trembling slightly. Her face was full of shock. What? The third Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds? Could it be that the first two were also hit by him? Heavens! How could this be? Wang Xiaofeng felt that her knowledge had collapsed. Because she had always thought that the first two Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds were hit by the Imperial Mausoleum. And she felt that only the Imperial Mausoleum could do it. Chapter 3646. But now, it was not Di Ling, but the kid in front of him. Just what kind of monster was this kid? 3 strikes. This guy really had such strength. Previously, Lin Xian had said that Di Ling was not worthy to be his opponent. At that time, everyone thought that Lin Xian was crazy. But now Wang Xiaofeng felt that he was really qualified to say such words. Wait, she suddenly froze. What did Xinjingqiu call him? Brother Lin. Is his surname Lin? Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind. Could it be that Lin Wudi? Thinking of this possibility, she felt that she was going crazy. Damn it, this discovery, I must tell Shui Tianchen. They had to prepare quickly. Wang Xiaofeng, at this moment, used all her strength to attack the 4th layer of heaven. Finally, she tore a crack in the 4th layer of heaven and went in. Wang Xiaofeng finally arrived at the 4th layer of heaven, but she found that Shui Tianchen had already gone to the 5th layer of heaven. Wang Xiaofeng could only suppress the shock in her heart. It was better to cultivate in the 4th layer of heaven first, and wait until the 5th layer of heaven. On the other side, Yu Qianya also arrived at the 4th layer of heaven. He took a deep breath and began to comfort himself. It's okay, I'm already ahead of that kid. I will definitely trample him under my feet. Boom, boom, boom. Next, he bombarded all directions, but in the end, he only released 6 heavenly thunder roars. He was not satisfied. He gritted his teeth and attacked many times, and in the end, he could only release 5 heavenly thunder roars. This made him break out in cold sweat. Calm down, I have to calm down. Yu Qianya began to sit cross-legged and began to comprehend the heavenly thunder roars. On the other side, which was the 3rd layer of heaven, Lin Xian and Xinjingqiu were also in the midst of comprehending. Finally, they opened their eyes. The two looked at each other and smiled. Let's go, Lin Xian said. Xinjingqiu nodded, and the two looked up. Above, which was the 4th layer of heaven, the surrounding 3rd layer of heaven, saw this scene, and all became nervous. Were these two finally going to appear again? Especially this Lin Xian. It was really unbelievable that he could make it here. Previously, everyone was very curious as to why Lin Xian could come here. Was it because of Xinjingqiu's help? Now, perhaps they would be able to see it with their own eyes. Qiu, or you can go up first. Lin Xian said. Xinjingqiu nodded. She soared into the air and headed upwards. Very soon, she felt an immense pressure. With a shout, she drew a line in the air with her finger. Violet light swirled in the air, forming an arc of moonlight that collided with the pressure of the 4th heaven.
Clang, clang.
Heaven fell, and earth cracked. The 4th heaven tumbled, but it still didn't shatter. Upon seeing this, Xinjingqiu flicked her fingers continuously, firing one terrifying dharma after another, which finally tore the 4th layer apart. Then, she entered. Big Brother Lin, come in quickly. A surprised voice sounded. Could it be that the crack could allow many people to pass through? Many people's eyes lit up. Could it be that Lin Xian came to the 3rd heaven in this way previously? Thinking of this, someone's figure flashed. He wanted to use the crack opened by Xinjingqiu to enter the 4th heaven. But as soon as he got close, he was sent flying while vomiting blood.
Damn it, no way.
He could only open it himself. He couldn't use anyone else. Those people's faces turned pale. Some people didn't believe it and wanted to try again, but they were sent flying while vomiting blood. The crack in the sky disappeared once again. This method wouldn't work. But how did Lin Xian come up? Damn it, they had to see it clearly. Lin Xian sneered at the actions of the people around him. They really knew how to take advantage of loopholes. However, these opportunists wouldn't be allowed to enter the test this time. As for him, he didn't need anyone's help. In the next moment, he roared. His fist emitted a golden light and blasted towards the sky. With a boom, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. A big hole was poked in the 4th heaven. Lin Xian skyrocketed and directly stepped into the 4th heaven. The people around him were stunned. Many of them were so scared that they knelt on the ground and trembled. Oh God, is this really a sage of the 2nd heaven? This power seemed to be even stronger than when he leveled up. That was Shun Jingqiu, one of the 8 great prodigies. Could it be that this kid's strength was also at the level of the 8 great prodigies? Thinking of this possibility, their scalps tingled. This time, they finally knew how Lin Xian had managed to get here. He relied on his own strength to force his way up. There were even fewer people in the 4th heaven. There were only about 10 people in total. Shun Jingqiu was surprised. There were so few people in the 4th heaven. She wondered if anyone in the 9th heaven could go up. It was difficult. The higher one went, the greater the pressure. The 5th heaven would be much more difficult than the 4th heaven. Lin Xian looked around. He saw Yu Qianya and Wang Xiaofeng. There were also some people, but their faces were unfamiliar. This guy actually came up. Among the 8 great prodigies, there was a person called Yang Hao, who was ranked 8th. When he saw Lin Xian come up, he was also surprised. One had to know that those who could come here were at least at the level of the 8 great prodigies. The remaining people were some hidden monsters or experts who were slightly older. For example, the 2,000-year-old sage. But without exception, these people's cultivation were all around the 4th heaven. The weakest was at the 3rd heaven late stage. Lin Xian, who was at the 3rd heaven late stage, was rare. It could be said that there was no such person.
Boom.
He was still wondering what was going on. Suddenly, he heard a sound. No, 9 sounds sounded at the same time. There was a roar between heaven and earth. Damn it. Yang Hao immediately knelt down. He saw Lin Xian punch out the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. This was too unbelievable. It was like a dream. Not only that, but everyone on the 4th level was shocked. Even those who were meditating opened their eyes. Their faces were full of shock. The 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Who sounded the 9 heavenly thunder sounds? And it was on their 1st heaven. It was definitely not Di Ling because Di Ling was far ahead of them. In other words, a newcomer came from below and sounded the 9 heavenly thunder sounds.
Who was it?
They all turned their heads and saw a person surrounded by 9 lightning bolts.
Who was it?
That gigolo. Damn it. Wasn't he a gigolo? How could he be so powerful? The surrounding people were also frightened to the point where their scalps went numb. Wang Xiaofeng also opened her eyes. It was that familiar figure again. In the next moment, she saw Lin Xian's figure. It was him. It was really him. He could really make the 9 heavenly thunder sounds. Yu Qianya was also awakened by the sound. He opened his eyes and looked. Could it be that Di Ling had returned? Chapter 3647. When he saw Lin Xian in the distance, he was stunned. Damn it, what's wrong with that kid? How did he get up here? It took him a lot of effort to enter the 4th heaven. How did he do it? When he saw the 9 thunderous sounds revolving around Lin Xian, he was even more stunned. Heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Impossible. He stood up and screamed. Did he just use the heavenly thunder 9 sounds? What a joke. He could only use the heavenly thunder 6 sounds here. It was unbelievable that Lin Xian had 3 more sounds in him. I don't believe it. There must be something wrong with the 4th heaven. Yu Qianya screamed crazily. He started to attack in all directions. If he could use the heavenly thunder 9 sounds, it would mean that there was something wrong here. However, he could only use the heavenly thunder 6 sounds at most. He felt hopeless and hopeless. He roared, "Damn kid. Go to hell." Yu Qianya jumped up and charged towards Lin Xian. He would never allow such a person to exist. Oh no, Yuqinya attacked. The surrounding people exclaimed. Shen Jingqiu's expression changed. She wanted to attack too. However, before she could, Yuqinya was attacked. It turned out that the Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds had drawn 9 mysterious ancient runes. They attacked in all directions and sent Yuqinya flying. Yuqinya flew backward and vomited blood. His body was pierced through, and he looked miserable. In the 9th heaven, no one was allowed to attack others. This was a warning. If there was a next time, he would be killed immediately. A cold voice rang out. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Shen Jingqiu heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian sneered. He had already guessed that this would happen. It was ridiculous that Yuqinya was such an idiot. He even dared to challenge the rules of Wushuang City. Qiu go and cultivate. No one will disturb us, Lin Xian said. Then he started to comprehend. Shen Jingqiu used the Heavenly Thunder 8 sounds to comprehend as well. This scene shocked everyone once again. The 8 sounds of Heavenly Thunder was really too powerful. This was already the 4th layer of heaven. They didn't expect that Shen Jingqiu would become more and more courageous as the battle progressed. She had already completely surpassed them by using the 8 Heavenly Thunder sounds. Impossible. This is impossible. Damn it. Why is he so strong? Yuqinya crawled up from the ground and quickly recovered from his injuries. He gritted his teeth, his face filled with madness. To be honest, the strength of these two people had exceeded his expectations, especially Lin Xian, who had actually used the Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds. Damn it, what kind of luck did he have? I don't believe it. I have to see what's wrong with this kid. He gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Xian. The others also did not leave, because the Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds was too inconceivable. At the same time, there were even fewer people in the 5th layer of heaven. There were only a few people left, and their faces were filled with astonishment. He thought of the Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds again. This was already the 4th time. The Imperial Mausoleum had already defied the heavens to such an extent. Every time he ascended a heaven, he would have to strike the 9 sounds of thunder. Until now, they still thought that it was from Imperial Mausoleum. At the 6th layer of heaven, Imperial Mausoleum's face was also solemn. Damn that ghostly. How could he be so powerful? Everyone thought that it was from Imperial Mausoleum, and Imperial Mausoleum thought that it was from his opponent, Ghostly. The people outside were also guessing, their faces filled with madness. Only the people from Peerless City were twitching their mouths. Damn it, it's that kid again. This kid was incredible, and he had already been listed as a key person to be observed. They did not expect that after Senior Brother Fu, there would be another person who was so heaven-defying, striking the Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds 4 times in a row. They wondered if he could break Senior Brother Fu's record. Impossible. Senior Brother Fu had struck the Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds 7 times. He had created a record. No matter how strong that kid was, it was impossible to strike 7 times. A few of the Peerless City's messengers were discussing quickly. The Senior Brother Fu they were talking about was naturally Fu Hongye. Fu Hongye was a legendary figure in Peerless City, and he had created many records. The old man's eyes were also shining, wondering what kind of miracle this kid could create. As for Lin Xian, he was also looking forward to it. At the 4th heaven, Lin Xian opened his eyes. On the other side, Shen Jingqiu had also finished comprehending. Both of their laws had increased again. You trash still haven't left. Lin Xian was the first to see Yuqinya, and then the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile.
What?
Could it be that you have stopped at the 4th heaven and can ascend to the 5th heaven? Thinking about it, your potential should have been used up. Damn kid. How dare you look down on me? Yuqinya instantly stood up and roared crazily. He was about to go crazy from anger. He was actually being looked down on. I'm here to expose you. I don't believe that you can ascend to the 4th heaven with your own strength. Lin Xian laughed loudly after hearing that. So it was because of this. Yuqinya, do you really think that you are very powerful? Do you really think that you can ignore everything just because you are one of the 8 great prodigies? Do you think that because my cultivation is lower than yours, my strength should be lower than yours? You are really too self-righteous. In this world, there are millions of possibilities. Some people's strength can't be measured by their cultivation. I am one of them. So put away your pride. In front of me, you are nothing. You sharp-tongued kid, you are not qualified to teach me a lesson. Yu Qianya snorted coldly. Why can't I look down on you? I am only 900 years old this year. I am very young, and I am already a fourth heaven sage. As for you, you are only at the second heaven. You are 2 realms lower than me. You might not be able to reach my realm in this lifetime. Why can't I look down on you? Yu Qianya roared crazily, and the others were also shocked. Yu Qianya is so young. Only 900 years old? Lin Xian was disdainful after hearing that. You have lived for nearly 1,000 years. What a surprise. I thought you were only 100 years old. It seems that you are not my opponent at all. Lin Xian shook his head, looking like a lonely expert. This scene angered Yu Qianya so much that he vomited blood. Kid, you're so arrogant. I will see how you die when you go out later. If it wasn't for the rules that forbid fighting, do you think you are qualified to speak in front of me? A gigolo who relies on women is not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Relying on women? Lin Xian sneered. Fine, it seems that you will not give up until you see the coffin. Today, I will let you see my true strength. Yu Qianya, I will let you see that your pride is not worth mentioning in front of me. Lin Xian's eyes were serious. His body shone brightly, and the whole world's Tao was resonating with him. In the next moment, he stepped on the void and walked toward the sky. The remaining people saw this scene, and their eyes focused. Heavens, is he going to break through to the 5th heaven? These people were too shocked, because they could sense that the 5th heaven was not so easy to break through. It might be a watershed. You dare to break through to the 5th heaven? What an idiot. I will see how you die. Below, Yu Qianya sneered. Please recommend me. Monthly votes. Collection.
Subscribe. Tip.
Chapter 30, 648. He did not think that with Lin Xian's strength, he would be able to break through the 5th heaven. Perhaps in an instant, the opponent would be blasted into a bloody mist by the pressure. Lin Xian's expression was dignified. His body was shining brightly, like a golden god of war, standing in the void. His laws were constantly rising, and his divine body was completely activated. The void trembled, and the violent power illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He threw out a punch that was like a vast ocean. Endless power of law blasted out towards the sky. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. This was because this power was simply too strong. They simply could not believe that this was something that a second heaven sage could produce.
Boom.
The 4th heaven was constantly rumbling. The 5th heaven was also constantly trembling, and in an instant, a hole was punched out. Lin Xian let out a long roar and directly stepped onto the 5th heaven. One punch pierced through the sky. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The people of the 4th heaven were stunned and directly knelt down. The people of the 5th heaven were even more alarmed, and their eyes shone with a piercing light.
Who was it?
Had he entered the 5th heaven again? In the 5th heaven, there were only a few people, and those who could enter were all peerless experts and top evildoers. Was it the other few of the 8 great geniuses? They all turned their heads to look. At the next moment, their eyelids twitched wildly, because they felt that the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, and a big hole appeared near them. Then a figure walked out. What, it was actually this kid. The few people of the 5th heaven were completely stunned, and they realized that the person who came up was not the person they imagined. It was a person who surprised them. It was that gigolo. How could it be him? How could he come here? In Stillwater Sky City, Sherbufan and the others were surprised. They had an impression of this person, and he was one of Shin Jingqiu's people. But in their opinion, he should be one of Shin Jingqiu's male pets, and his strength should not be too strong. But now, he could actually come to the 5th heaven. It was really unbelievable. For a moment, They were all stunned, and their minds were a little blank. Below, the people of the fourth heaven were even more shocked. Lin Xian stood on the fifth layer of heaven and looked at the fourth layer of heaven through the crack. He coldly said, "Yu Qinya, how is it? Where is your pride? Do you still think you can look down on me?" Yu Qinya's mind was blank, and he was dumbstruck. Only when Lin Xian asked him did he regain his senses. The next moment, he felt like he was about to pee his pants. Impossible.
He was really too shocked.
The other party had broken the sky with a single punch. What kind of strength was this? No, this was not his true strength. This place was very strange, and it should have something to do with the laws. But if it was the laws, then it was even more inconceivable. The other party's comprehension of laws was already so profound. This was completely beyond him. For a moment, he was unable to accept this. Damn brat, don't be so arrogant. If you can do it, so can I. Yu Qinya roared and soared into the sky. His heart was filled with shock, but he believed in himself. Perhaps the barrier here wasn't as strong as before, and that was why the other party had been able to enter.
Boom.
Yu Qinya exerted all of his strength and blasted it towards the sky. This attack was extremely domineering, as if the entire sky was about to shatter. However, when the palm landed, heaven and earth trembled, and there were no cracks. Instead, Yu Qinya was sent flying.
What?
Yu Qinya did not succeed. The people of the fourth layer of heaven were shocked. It seemed that the gap between the two parties was too big. Damn it, I don't believe it. Yu Qinya roared and attacked crazily. However, the fifth layer of heaven was like a Milky Way hanging above his head, making it impossible for Yu Qinya to come over. Seeing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Is this what you have to be proud of? Is this what you use to look down on me? What a joke. Hearing this, Yu Qinya was so angry that he vomited blood. As one of the 8 geniuses, his strength was strong, and he had just broken through to the fourth layer of heaven, so he was proud and arrogant. But now he was being looked down on? Damn it, I can't accept this. He roared crazily, and a terrifying law rushed out and attacked above.
Boom, boom, boom.
The fluctuations between heaven and earth were even more terrifying, but the fifth layer of heaven still did not crack. Humph, trash. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. He ignored Yu Qinya and looked at Shinjingqiu. "Qiu, come up quickly. I will wait for you at the fifth layer of heaven." As he spoke, the crack under Lin Xian's feet slowly healed. After it had completely healed, the people of the fourth layer of heaven were still in a daze. Lin Xian's previous actions were too spectacular, and coupled with Yu Qianya's miserable state, it formed a sharp contrast. They felt that Lin Xian was the real genius, and Yu Qinya was just an ant.
No.
I don't believe it. Yu Qinya roared crazily. If he attacked quickly, he would definitely break through and enter the fifth layer of heaven. At this moment, he was extremely crazy. On the other side, Shinjingqiu also attacked. She took a deep breath and shouted. She waved her hand, bringing along a powerful law. This attack was naturally unable to break through the fifth layer of heaven, but she was not discouraged. Her mentality was very stable now. Therefore, after a period of time, she coaxed the fifth layer of heaven to open and stepped in. Shinjingqiu also went in. Many people were envious. Seeing this, Yu Qinya spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he went mad. How could it be? How could I not be able to enter? He was mad. To be honest, he was suppressed by Shinjingqiu before, but after his cultivation had broken through, he did not put Shinjingqiu in his eyes. In his opinion, his current strength was enough to compete for the top 3 of the 8 geniuses. But now, Shinjingqiu also went in, and he still could not break through. He could not accept it. Wang Xiaofeng saw this scene and shook her head slightly. Yu Qianya's mentality had collapsed, and he probably could not use his full strength. Thinking of this, she shook her head. If he continued to be crazy, he would be a pitiful worm. She did not care about him anymore and started to break through the fifth layer of heaven. The fifth layer of heaven. Everyone was also in shock. They had not recovered from their shock. Lin Xian had entered. How could it be? But until now, they found that it was really a fact. They had no choice but to accept it. Soon, they found the 5th layer of heaven, and another person came up. It was Shun Qingqiu. They were shocked. After Shun Qingqiu came up, she looked at Lin Xian. Brother Lin, I'm here. Lin Xian nodded. Qiu, recover your strength first, then attack. Shun Qingqiu sat down cross-legged and began to recover her strength. Lin Xian attacked. When he stepped into the 5th layer of heaven, he only used one punch and did not use much strength. So now he was ready to break through the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Chapter 3649. The 5th layer of heaven was much more difficult than the previous ones. Lin Xian only used the 5 sounds of heavenly thunder in one punch. Wow, this kid is so strong, Shi Bufan and the others exclaimed. But soon, they screamed in fright. That was because Lin Xian had thrown out another punch. This time, the 9 sounds of heavenly thunder were all heard. Shi Bufan, Shi Tiancheng, and the others were scared to death. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he be so strong? Is this kid still human? Under everyone's surprised gaze, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. What did you see? Shi Bufan's mouth twitched. The stars in Shi Tiancheng's eyes faded. He used the 9 sounds of heavenly thunder. Heavens! He can be compared with Diling. Damn it, this kid is too strange. Ghostly also gritted his teeth. Between heaven and earth, the voice of the messenger sounded again. In the 9 layers of heaven, do not waste time, because time is also part of your assessment. If you feel that you can no longer move forward, then it is wise to give up. Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. They originally thought that they could stay here for a little longer, and maybe there will be a chance. But now it seemed that it was not possible. Time was also part of the assessment, so if they stayed here for too long and were unable to move forward, then their ranking would fall. So thinking of this, they no longer cared about being shocked. Let's break through to the 6th layer of heaven first, then think about what is going on with this kid. There were only 6 people here in the 5th layer of heaven. At this moment, except for Shun Jingqiu and Lin Xian, the other 4 people were attacking like crazy. However, the 6th layer of heaven was not a place you can go up as you wish. Even if Shi Bufan, Shi Tiancheng, Ghostly, and the others attacked for a long time, they still could not break through. This made them feel despair for a while. No, I can't accept it. They were all peerless geniuses, and were incomparably confident in themselves. How could they shrink back because of such a small matter? However, 3 days later, they were completely desperate. In these 3 days, they never stopped attacking, and each time they used their strongest attack, but still could not break through. Shi Bufan sighed and said, "It seems like I can't do it anymore. I'm going to leave." Indeed, it would be futile to stay any longer. The 5th layer of heaven was probably his limit. Furthermore, there was also the factor of time. He could not stay here indefinitely. Therefore, he was prepared to leave. Shi Tiancheng sighed. Could it be that he really couldn't do it? He didn't leave, but another person did. This person wasn't one of the 8 great geniuses. He was a new genius. However, they also chose to leave. The only ones left to attack were Ghost Force and Stillwater Sky City. Finally, Ghostly tore open a crack and successfully entered the 6th layer of heaven. He looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ha ha ha, Shi Tiancheng, I'm leaving first, you have fun." Had Ghostly entered? Damn it. The water of heaven had unleashed the strongest eye technique, but it still didn't succeed. In desperation, he could only choose to withdraw. His figure disappeared in the 5th heaven. Only Lin Xian and Shun Jingqiu were left on the 5th floor. The 2 of them were still comprehending and had not woken up. The 6th layer of heaven. A figure appeared. It was Ghostly. As soon as he appeared, he looked up to the sky and laughed. It was really too good. He finally reached the 6th layer of heaven. Presumably, only he and Di Ling could reach this level. Stopping laughing, he looked around. Suddenly, he revealed a puzzled look. Why didn't he see Ling's figure? Could it be that guy went to the 7th layer of heaven? He was surprised. In fact, he didn't know that just when he entered the 6th layer of heaven, Ling also chose to withdraw. Ling was the first to reach the 6th layer. Compared to the others, he was much earlier. Therefore, he had enough time to comprehend and even attack the 7th layer of heaven. But in the end, he despaired. He couldn't open the 7th layer of heaven. Coupled with the factor of time, Ling very decisively chose to withdraw. In his view, even if he was in the 6th layer of heaven, he was still the first. He even felt that no one could set foot on the 6th layer of heaven. Ghostly didn't know where Ling went, but he didn't care. He was now going to attack the heavenly thunder sound with all his strength. In the 6th layer of heaven, he only attacked 3 heavenly thunder sound. And in the end, he didn't break through the 7th layer of heaven, so he could only choose to withdraw. The 5th layer of heaven. Lin Xian and Xin Jingqiu opened their eyes. They began to attack the 6th layer of heaven. Lin Xian attacked first. His body emitted a bright light, like a sun. His eyes were like lightning, and he attacked aggressively. At this moment, he attacked with sword energy. The 5 elements sword moved in the sky, slashing the heavens and destroying the earth. It directly tore a big crack in the 6th layer of heaven. Then, Lin Xian walked up. Xiu it's up to you. Shun Jingqiu nodded. She used her spiritual body, which caused her realm to increase greatly. Naturally, she also broke through the barrier of the 6th layer of heaven. The two of them finally arrived at the 6th layer of heaven. When they arrived, there was no one around. Shun Jingqiu said in surprise. Could it be that they went to the 7th layer of heaven? Lin Xian said, not necessarily. They might have already withdrawn. Don't worry about them. Let's continue. Lin Xian attacked with sword energy in all directions. Finally, he attacked with the heavenly thunder 9 sounds again. Then, he sat down with his legs crossed. Xin Jingqiu attacked with the heavenly thunder 7 sounds. When the heavenly thunder 9 sounds echoed in the 9th layer of heaven, the people below went crazy. The 6th heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Damn it! How far did the Imperial Mausoleum go? At the 4th layer of heaven, there were still more than 10 people. Among them, Wang Xiaofeng and Yu Qianya were there. Wang Xiaofeng's face sank. She also did not break through the barrier of the 5th layer of heaven. Now that she heard the 6th heavenly thunder 9 sounds, she was filled with shock. Under such fear, she chose to give up. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid that she would collapse. When she disappeared into the 4th layer of heaven, she glanced at Yu Qianya. At this moment, Yu Qianya's hair was disheveled and his eyes were red. He looked like a madman. He had completely collapsed. Indeed, Yu Qianya's strong attacks these days were still unable to break through the 5th layer of heaven. This made him feel hopeless. The others were also shocked, especially those from Peerless City. They were even more shocked. 6 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Heavens! Is this kid really going to challenge Senior Brother Fu's record? If he could reach the 7th layer of heaven and attack with the 7th heavenly thunder 9 sounds, then he would be able to tie the record. It was too shocking. After so many years, there was finally another peerless monster. This kid is not ordinary. The elder's eyes lit up. His physique is definitely not ordinary. It should be one of the strongest physiques in the world. Moreover, his sword energy is terrifying. That sharp aura shocked me. I wondered what kind of swordsmanship he practiced. This is getting more and more interesting. He felt that Lin Xian was too interesting. He wanted to see if Lin Xian could break the record of Peerless City. Chapter 3650. Outside the 9th heaven, figures appeared one after another. Many of them were disappointed because most of them did not even reach the 1st heaven. These people were naturally eliminated. They could only return to the crowd, their faces full of disappointment. If they wanted to participate in the Holy City's assessment, they could only wait for the next time. And the next time, they did not know if it would be hundreds or even thousands of years later, so how could they not feel despair? Most of the people who reached the ninth heaven only reached the first heaven and could not advance any further. Those who could reach the second heaven or above were few and far between. Although they could only reach the first heaven, these people were also incomparably excited because they had finally obtained the qualifications to enter the next round. To them, it was a great honor. Those who had successfully ascended to the ninth heaven were standing in another void. Moreover, it was distributed according to their results. Above them, figures appeared one after another. They were all from the ninth heaven. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, it's the Imperial Mausoleum." Above the ninth heaven, a figure appeared. His expression was cold, his gaze was cold, and there was a trace of dominance. It was the first of the 8 great geniuses. Heavens, look! His position was far above those people, and he was surrounded by the 5 heavenly thunders. Everyone looked carefully. Indeed, the position where the Imperial Mausoleum was standing was very special. It could be said to be the highest one. However, some people also noticed that something was wrong. Why did he only have 5 heavenly thunder sounds around him? It shouldn't be. Didn't he use the heavenly thunder 9 sounds? Indeed, they just heard the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. Was it not from the Imperial Mausoleum? Heavens, how was that possible? Everyone was in an uproar and discussed spiritedly. At this time, a few more figures appeared. It was Sherbuffon and the others. It was the 8 great geniuses. They also saw the people from Watersky City. These people were at the 5th heaven. They found Sherbuffon, Watersky City, and a few others below the Imperial Mausoleum. Obviously, they were at the 5th heaven. It seemed that the highest one was the Imperial Mausoleum. However, even Imperial Mausoleum had only reached the 6th heaven. There were still 3 levels to go from the 9th heaven. It was estimated that no one could surpass him. Just as he finished speaking, another figure appeared beside the Imperial Mausoleum, standing at the same height as everyone else. Heaven, there was actually someone who had ascended to the 6th layer of heaven.
Who was it?
Everyone screamed in shock. At this moment, the universe was boiling. Even Shui Tiancheng, Sherbuffon, and the others glanced over too. Di Ling was also astonished. Someone had actually reached the same height as him?
Who was it?
He narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he saw a familiar figure and snorted coldly. It was ghostly thinking about it. Only the other party could be compared to him. He took a closer look and realized that Ghostly only had these 3 heavenly thunder roars circling around him. This made him laugh. 3 heavenly thunder roars of the 6th layer of heaven were much weaker than his. Feeling Di Ling's mocking gaze, Ghostly's face darkened. Damn it, he was short of 2 heavenly thunder roars. He was really unwilling to accept it. If he had enough time, he would definitely continue to try, but he didn't dare to take the risk. Although this outcome made him unhappy, it was still within his expectations. Originally, among the 8 geniuses, he was ranked second only to Di Ling. Now, his results were also second to Di Ling. To him, it was still acceptable. Anyway, this was just the first round. At most, he would just have to wait for the next round. He would just have to go against the other party. You think that you can surpass me just because you hit a few heavenly thunder roars? You're too naive. Even if you hit a few heavenly thunder roars of the 9th layer of heaven, you're still not my opponent. Di Ling's voice rang out. He had already guessed that this would be the outcome. However, Ghostly was stunned. What did you say? What heavenly thunder roars? Weren't you the one who hit them? Below, Shui Tiancheng, Sherbuffon, and the others were also stunned. Damn it, what was going on? It wasn't Di Ling? Then who was it? Was it Ghostly? Di Ling was also stunned. What did you say? I hit them? I didn't hit the heavenly thunder roars. Wasn't it you who did it? He had always thought that it was Ghostly, but looking at Ghostly's expression, it wasn't him. This scene caused an uproar. Heaven, what was going on? It wasn't Di Ling who hit the heavenly thunder roars. It wasn't Ghostly who hit the heavenly thunder roars. Then who is it? Heavens!
Who was it?
To hit 6 heavenly thunder roars. Could it be that there were several monsters in the 9th layer of heaven? For a moment, the crowd was discussing. In Shui Sky City, Bufan and the others were incomparably shocked. Ghost Li and Di Ling, besides the initial shock, also sucked in a breath of cold air, then their faces sank. They had always thought that it was the other party who hit the heavenly thunder roars, but now they realized that it wasn't. It wasn't the two of them, it was someone else, and this person was still in the 9th layer of heaven. Damn it, who was it?
Who was it?
Could it be that there was a hidden peerless expert? Their eyes emitted a biting cold light, looking at the 9th layer of heaven, wanting to see through it. What was going on? Who was this expert? At this time, a few more figures flashed out. Among them, Yang Hao, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others also appeared. Their position was below Shui Sky City, the position of the 4th layer of heaven. You came out. When Shui Sky City saw Wang Xiaofeng, they also breathed a sigh of relief. But Wang Xiaofeng's face was incomparably dignified. She said, Shui, something big happened. Someone hit the heavenly thunder roars. And it was several heavenly thunder roars. You don't need to say this, we know. Bufan said in a deep voice. Shui Tiancheng also nodded. We know, and now we know that it's not Di Mausoleum. It's not Gui Li who made it. Damn it, who is it? I know who it was. Wang Xiaofeng said.
What?
You know, Shui Sky City was stunned. Even Di Ling and Ghostly cast their gaze over. This gaze caused the illusory technique around Wang Xiaofeng to constantly shatter. Wang Xiaofeng felt a great pressure. Without others asking, he said that it was Lin Wudi who hit it. Lin Wudi, who was this? What an unfamiliar name. Those people were completely stunned, and the surrounding onlookers also stared with their eyes wide open. Wow. Who dared to use the invincible name? Was he crazy? Could it be that there was an existence more terrifying than dealing? At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar and heated discussions once again. But Bufan and Shui Sky City's pupils shrank, and their faces became extremely frightened. Others did not know this name, but he knew that Lin Wudi had appeared in the small martial arts competition and easily defeated the two of them. At that time, the other party said that he would come to participate in Wushuang City's assessment, but until now they had not seen him. However, the other party really appeared. Then, who was the other party? Why did they not recognize him? Chapter 36:51. The others were also puzzled. Who was so bold to use the name Invincible? He was too reckless. But soon, the news of the martial arts conference spread. It turned out that Lin Wudi had once sent Bufan flying with a punch. And he had easily defeated Shui Sky City, which shocked everyone. They knew how terrifying Shui Tianchen and Bufan were. There was actually someone who could win so easily. He was definitely a peerless genius. And it was said that he had won in the two's strongest areas. If that was really the case, the other party was definitely not an arrogant person, but a heaven-defying expert. They were completely curious.
Who was it?
Who was this Lin Wudi? The people of Wushuang City also had strange expressions. That kid dared to use the name Invincible. He was really arrogant. Their expressions were incomparably strange. Only they knew who had struck out the 9 shades sky thunder. Gui Li and Di Ling were also stunned. There was actually such a terrifying person here. Previously, they had heard of Lin Wudi, but they did not care at that time. In their opinion, the matter was just exaggerated. In this world, who dared to call himself invincible? If Di Ling did not dare, who else would dare? But now, this person had appeared again, and he was extremely powerful.
Who was it?
Who was that Lin Wudi? Tell me quickly. Di Ling's voice was loud, and his eyes were like the sun. It made Wang Xiaofeng uncomfortable. She was about to open her mouth to say something, but at that moment, everyone was stunned. Di Ling did not care anymore. He suddenly turned his head and stared at the 9 heavens. Because the 7th 9 heavenly thunder had sounded, The world was filled with a roar, and it did not dissipate for a long time. Everyone was completely shocked. God, the seventh heavenly thunder, could it be that Lin Wuti had struck it out? Everyone went crazy. There was silence between heaven and earth. Only the 9 heavenly thunder was circling. The people of Wushuang City were also stunned. Damn it, he had actually struck out 7. He had tied senior brother Fu's record. The elder from Wushuang City also sucked in a breath of cold air. Something big was about to happen. Forming a series of hand seals, Zhang Xian swiftly sent a message back to the headquarters of Wushuang City. Lin Wuti, it was Lin Wuti who did it. Heavens, he was too heaven-defying. Was he going to sweep through everything? 7 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. This meant that he had already reached the 7th layer of heaven. He had already passed the mausoleum, and ghostly screams rang out one after another. Everyone was in an uproar. Indeed, someone had actually managed to surpass the imperial mausoleum. This was truly too inconceivable. Di Ling's face was incomparably gloomy. Damn it, damn it. He had never thought that someone would be able to surpass him. Even though Ghostly was on the same level as him, he still had 2 less heavenly thunder roars than him. But now, someone had boasted of reaching the 7th layer of heaven. This had completely surpassed him. Damn it, Lin Wuti. Di Ling gritted his teeth. He had never hated someone so much. His limelight had been completely stolen by the other party at this moment. He couldn't stand it. Could it be that guy? Ghostly frowned as he thought of someone. Not only him, Shirbufan and Shui Tiancheng also thought of a figure in their minds. This was because they had personally witnessed someone unleashing the heavenly thunder 9 sounds. But at that time, they thought it was just a coincidence. But now, it seemed that it might not be the case. That person might be Lin Wuti.
But how could it be?
Lin Wuti? How could it be him? These people couldn't believe it at all. Now, they could only wait for the final result. Look at the person who had finally walked out. Who exactly was it? While the outside world was in an uproar in the 9th layer of heaven, Lin Xian and Xin Jingqiu woke up again. They had attacked from the 6th layer of heaven. Among them, Lin Xian had easily broken through the 7th layer of heaven. Xin Jingqiu, on the other hand, had some difficulty. But in the end, with the help of her spiritual body of heaven and earth and her strong cultivation realm, she still managed to reach the 7th layer of heaven. In the 7th layer of heaven, Lin Xian unleashed the heavenly thunder 9 sounds again. He had only unleashed the heavenly thunder 6 sounds. A few days later, the two of them opened their eyes. "Qiu'er, let's go," Lin Xian said. Xin Jingqiu shook her head. "Brother Lin, I can already feel that I have reached my limit. I probably can't go any further." As a genius, her intuition was very accurate. Xin Jingqiu, on the other hand, was very spiritual. Hence, she knew that her limit should be the 7th layer of heaven. She didn't force it. She said, "Brother Lin, you are different from me. You should still be able to move forward. So go ahead and don't worry about me. Qiu'er, I will wait outside for you to come back victorious."
All right.
Lin Xian nodded. He could also see that Xin Jingqiu was already having a hard time reaching the 7th layer of heaven. Thinking about the 8th layer of heaven. "Qiu'er, go outside and wait for me. Qiu'er wants to see Brother Lin reach the 8th layer of heaven with her own eyes." Xin Jingqiu lifted her small face. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. His expression was very serious. The 8th layer of heaven wasn't a game. He had to use all his strength to deal with it. The aura on his body was rising. He had already used his 9-yang divine body to the extreme. The aura of the 8th layer of heaven was too strong. Even with his divine body, he couldn't withstand it.
Boom.
The black Qilin tattoo on his body was activated. It covered his entire body. Only then did he manage to withstand the terrifying aura of the 8th layer of heaven. It was just the aura. He hadn't attacked yet. Once the battle started, the aura would be even more terrifying. The heavens and earth trembled. A terrifying aura spread out. Everyone in the entire star region felt a sense of oppression. They were terrified. Damn it. What's going on? Someone gasped. It seemed like someone was going to reach the 8th layer of heaven.
What?
Are you saying that Lin Wuti can still reach the 8th layer of heaven? That's unbelievable. At this moment, everyone looked towards the 9th layer of heaven. They were all waiting. Can he succeed? The people of Wushuang City were also very nervous. Is this kid still going to try? Isn't this too heaven-defying? Is he going to break Senior Fu's record?
No.
Even if he reached the 8th layer of heaven, he wouldn't be able to break Senior Fu's record. Unless he could hit the 8th Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds. However, if he reached the 8th layer of heaven, he would be tied with 2 records. These people were too shocked. Wushuang City had 2 records in the 9th layer of heaven. The first one was Fu Hongye's record of reaching the 7th layer of heaven. Moreover, he hit all 7 Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds. The second record was set by another person. This person was the first-generation disciple of Wushuang City, Linghu Chueshua. This person had reached the 8th layer of heaven and hit the 8th Heavenly Thunder 8 sounds. Fu Hongxue was the record holder of the Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds. As for Linghu Chueshua, he had reached the highest 8th layer of heaven. These 2 people were the strongest in their respective fields. Now Lin Xian had tied with Fu Hongye's 7 Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds. If he could reach the 8th layer of heaven, then he might tie the record of the highest layer of heaven. How could the people of Wushuang City not be excited? Chapter 3652. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Within the void, a formation appeared, following which, a figure walked out of it. The appearance of the figure made many people confused. Did someone teleport here? Who is it? The few people from Peerless City were shocked. Senior Brother Fu, you're here personally. The person who had come was none other than Fu Hongye. He had also come. I heard that someone tied my record and is trying to break through to the 8th heaven. He was really surprised. It was already incredible to be able to produce the Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds. It's that kid. The people from Peerless City pointed at the array. Only they could see the array formation. Fu Hongye looked through the array formation, and in the next moment, he was stunned. It's him. He was surprised and said, interesting. I didn't misjudge him. Senior brother, do you know this kid? The few people from Peerless City were shocked. Even the elder said, Hongye, what's going on? Elder, do you remember that I said I met an interesting kid in the first astral realm? It's him. You're talking about that, kids? The elder from Peerless City was shocked. He had heard that there was a strong person in the first astral realm who fought with the Sky Prides from Sky Thunder City and was not at a disadvantage. They were shocked. Therefore, they were curious. If such a person could join Peerless City, it would be great for them. They did not expect it to be this kid in front of them. This kid is called Lin Wuti. Isn't he too arrogant? The people from Peerless City were shocked. Hearing this, Fu Hongye laughed. Lin Wuti? That's right. It's him. You guys don't know that this name is famous in the first astral realm. Just wait and see. He will cause a storm in the second astral realm. A smile appeared on Fu Hongye's face, as Lin Xian was someone he had high hopes for. But could he enter the 8th heaven? He was not confident, because he did not even manage to enter the 8th heaven back then. The 7th heaven. Lin Xian's aura was getting stronger and the energy from the 8th heaven was getting more and more terrifying. Shen Jingqiu had already retreated to the edge of the 7th heaven. The force in the sky was too much for her to bear. At this time, Lin Xian made his move. He raised his hand and a sword energy shot out like a divine sword, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths.
Boom.
The pressure of the 8th heaven also poured down. It was as if a real sky was pressing down. The two collided, releasing an incomparable aura. The sword qi was sent flying, but Lin Xian did not stop at all. Instead, he continued to attack. The sword qi flew out and turned into a huge dragon. It roared at the sky with an extremely powerful roar. The black qilin tattoo on his body, let out a roar. The battle erupted. Lin Xian made a powerful move, and he felt an immense pressure. This pressure was even more terrifying than that of the Seventh Heaven clans. Outside, energy filled the air and the 9 heavens trembled. Everyone knew that the people inside were starting to attack. They held their breath. He waited nervously. Do you think that Lin Wudi will succeed? It shouldn't be possible. Yes, it was already heaven-defying for him to hit 7 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. It was said that he had tied a record. Moreover, it was said that in the entire Wushuang city, only one of the 2 generations of disciples had successfully stepped into the 8th heaven. That was the first generation's eldest disciple, Linghu Chueshua. Other than him, no one else could do it. Everyone was excited. They felt that it was really worth it to be able to come this time. They did not expect to see such an amazing feat. It was estimated that they would not see it even once in a few thousand years. Di Ling and the others looked gloomy, especially Di Ling. He was clenching his teeth. Damn it, he can't succeed. He can't succeed. He really could not bear it. Someone had surpassed him. And now he was going to step into the 8th heaven. He prayed in his heart that he could not succeed. At the 7th heaven, Shen Jingqiu was also extremely nervous. Because at this moment, the battle was white-hot, but Lin Xian still had not broken through the 8th heaven. It was really unbelievable. One should know that before this, Lin Xian could break through the 8th heaven with a single punch. Now, after fighting for so long, he still could not break through. It was really unbelievable.
Boom.
Lin Xian waved his palm, and the 5 elements law transformed into a giant dragon that rushed into the sky. The 8th heaven kept shaking, but it did not break. Instead, a divine chain hung down, wanting to pierce through Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body swayed, and the Kuan Prung movement technique was displayed to the extreme. Damn it, if this is the case, I can only use that thing. His expression was incomparably solemn. It would be difficult to tear through the 8th heaven with ordinary means. Then, he could only use the Emperor weapon to attack. In the 9th heaven, the use of sacred weapons was not allowed, so he could not use the Great Destruction Spear or the Great Sage Tower. He could only rely on his own strength. He had the Great Dragon Sword Soul, which could evolve everything. He immediately prepared to evolve the Emperor weapon. He had seen a few Emperor weapons, such as the Dragon's Thousand Dragons diagram, Jade Lake's Desolate Tower, and even the Hongwu Emperor's Hidden Immortal Tower. Lin Xian was ready to evolve the Hidden Immortal Tower. He waved his palm, and with a long roar, the 9-yang divine body exploded, and the Qilin tattoo kept roaring. The 5 elements law rushed out. The great dragon's sword soul in his body kept circulating. He waved his palm and wanted to form the hidden immortal tower in the 8th heaven and then break through the barrier from the 8th heaven. The great dragon's sword soul could evolve everything. At this moment, it really formed an ancient pagoda in the 8th heaven, which could kill immortals and gods. The pagoda was too terrifying, and once it appeared, the entire 9th heaven shook again. The people outside were completely stunned. Damn it, what happened? Could it be that someone really used a sacred weapon? The aura was too terrifying, and the eyes of the Wushuang city's envoys were filled with cold light. Fu Hongya was shocked, and the old man was even more shocked. Through the formation, they could naturally see that there was no one in the 8th heaven. But a pagoda appeared, and the aura made their hair stand on end. Was that a sacred weapon? Damn it, why would a sacred weapon appear? The disciples of Wushuang City screamed. However, the old man and Fu Hongya looked solemn. Fu Hongya said that it was not a sacred weapon. It should be a sacred ability, right? That's right, the old man also nodded. It was something created by a sacred ability, and it did not violate our rules. No way, his sacred ability could produce such a terrifying aura. What kind of sacred ability was that? The disciples could not believe what they had just heard. They were disciples of a sacred city, and they had seen everything, but they had never heard of someone with such a heaven-defying skill. However, the old man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He said, if I'm not wrong, He should be creating an imperial weapon. Imperial weapon. An extreme weapon. This kid could actually create an extreme weapon. Could it be that he had seen it before? These people were crazy. 5th update. Please recommend. Monthly votes. Subscribe. Bookmark.
Tip.
Chapter 3653. That was an apex weapon. They had never seen one before. Not to mention them, even the second astral realm did not have one. How could someone from the first astral realm have seen such a thing? Don't underestimate the first astral realm. Fu Hongya said in a deep voice. Haven't you heard of the origin star? Are you saying that the origin star really exists? Everyone was shocked. It definitely exists, and it should be in the first astral realm. Not everyone could go there, as it was very dangerous. The elders' expression was also solemn. They were from the sacred city and were knowledgeable. Although the first astral realm was not as powerful as their second astral realm, some places were like forbidden lands. Even a sage king would not dare to go there easily. Other than some forbidden lands, there were 2 places that were the most mysterious and terrifying in the universe. One was the origin star, and the other was the buried emperor star. One was the starting point, and the other was the end. These 2 worlds also had the most monarch clans, and they also had the most extreme Dao weapons. The monarch races gasped when they heard that. It seemed that the first astral realm was much more mysterious than they had imagined. They wondered if Lin Wuti had anything to do with the origin star. In the 8th heaven, the hidden immortal pagoda suddenly fell and attacked fiercely after it appeared. The 8th heaven rolled and trembled. Once, twice. On the 19th time, it finally blasted open the 8th heaven, and a crack appeared. That's great. Lin Xian roared and shot into the sky, entering the fissure. Big brother Lin, you can do it. I'll wait for you outside. Shen Jingqiu called out to him, and then her figure disappeared from the 7th heaven.
Boom, 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 boom.
The people of Wushuang City were stunned. That kid actually went in. Oh God, is he going to tie the record again? At this moment, even Fu Hongya was surprised. That kid really had many tricks up his sleeve. The surrounding onlookers were even more shocked. Did Lin Wuti really go in? Or did he fail? Impossible. He definitely could not succeed. The Imperial Mausoleum roared crazily. In the next moment, he felt a fluctuation in the void above his head, and then a figure appeared. He came out. Someone had come out. And from the looks of it, it was above the Imperial Mausoleum. It should be that Lin Wuti. He should have failed. Screams rang out one after another. They looked over carefully. Di Ling and the others looked up into the sky. In the next moment, they saw a figure appear above them. The other party was standing on an auspicious cloud and had an extremely beautiful appearance. A woman. It was Shen Jingqiu, the saintess of the spirit clan. Everyone was stunned. They naturally knew Shen Jingqiu. Had he already ascended to the 7th layer of heaven? Could it be that he was Lin Wuti? No, the other party was definitely not Lin Wuti. Lin Wuti was still inside and had not come out. Heavens! Everyone screamed. Di Ling's face darkened. Someone had stepped on his head, and it wasn't just one person. Not to mention Lin Wuti, just Shen Jingqiu's ascension to the 7th layer of heaven was enough to make him explode. As one of the 8 heavenly prides, he had never put Shen Jingqiu in his eyes. But now, the other party had surpassed him. Guili, Shisui, Tianchen, and the others were also stunned. After Shen Jingqiu came out, she was also speechless. She was now the highest. Di Ling had only ascended to the 6th layer of heaven. This made her extremely surprised. Then, she smiled happily. Humph, what Di Ling? He was completely incomparable to Brother Lin.
Dang.
At this moment, a sound attracted everyone's attention. Listen, there was a sound. Lin Wuti really did not come out. He had ascended to the 8th layer of heaven. Screams rang out one after another. Di Ling and the others' heads were about to explode. The 8th layer of heaven, the other party, had ascended to the 8th layer of heaven. Damn it! Damn it! 1, 2, 3. Did the other party only make 3 sounds? It seemed that the 8th layer of heaven was indeed too difficult. Even someone as strong as Lin Wudy could only make 3 sounds. It seemed that he was still lacking compared to senior brother Linghu Chueshua. The people from Wushuang City heaved a sigh of relief. Fu Hongye's eyes lit up. Don't worry, this was just the beginning. That kid would not give up so easily. Sure enough, after the 3rd sound, it was the 5th sound, followed by the 7th sound. At this moment, everyone was nervous. Could the other party make the perfect 9 heavenly thunder sounds again? After the 7th sound, there was no sound, which made everyone stunned. Could it be that this was the end? The elder from Wushuang City sighed. It was a pity. He was only 1 sound away from tying with Linghu Chueshua's record. He should have reached his limit. Fu Hongye sighed. However, at this moment, there were continuous rumbles between heaven and earth. Thunder struck the 9th layer of heaven, as if it was going to shatter the 9th layer of heaven. What's going on? Where did the thunder come from? It was a lightning tribulation. Some of the older experts screamed. Someone had broken through in the 9th layer of heaven. What? Did he break through? Who could be so monstrous? They were extremely surprised. Di Ling and the others were also envious. Although comprehending the heavenly thunder sounds had improved their understanding of the laws of heaven and earth and gave them a new understanding, their current strength had also improved compared to when they first entered. However, none of them had broken through. That was because it was not that easy to break through at this point. But now, someone had broken through. That was too heaven-defying. It was Lin Wudy. He had broken through. The people from Wushuang City looked at the array formation and were dumbfounded. Indeed, in the 8th layer of heaven, countless thunder fell, striking Lin Xian's body until his skin was charred black and his flesh was torn. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked up to the sky and laughed. That was great. He had broken through the 9 heavenly thunder sounds all the way and finally broke through at this moment. Come on. Lin Xian fought a bloody battle. In the end, his cultivation reached the mid-stage of the 2nd layer of heaven. The process lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. Everyone waited patiently. The lightning tribulation in the sky disappeared. Everyone's eyes lit up. Was the breakthrough over? They wondered who it was. Was it Lin Wudy? What realm was he at now? Everyone was curious.
Boom.
Between heaven and earth, 9 sounds sounded at the same time. 9 heavenly thunder sounds. The 8th 9 heavenly thunder sounds was struck. Everyone was going crazy. At that moment, they witnessed a miracle. The people from Wushuang City were even more dumbfounded. Someone had broken Linghu Chueshua's record. At the same time, he had also broken Fu Hongye's record. That was because Lin Wudy continuously reached the 8th layer and struck 8-9 heavenly thunder sounds in the sky. That was equivalent to a new record for Wushuang City. At that moment, everyone was in an uproar. They sent the news back to Wushuang City. Wushuang City was also in a state of shock. Yet another figure had arrived. Chapter 3654. It was a man in snow-white robes. He had a small mustache and gave off a mature feeling. He was the eldest disciple of the 1st generation. His name was Linghu Chueshua, senior brother. When the people of Peerless City saw him, they all bowed. Even Fu Hongye bowed. Did someone break our record? Linghu Chueshua was shocked as he looked at the 9th heaven. The next moment he took a deep breath. This kid is so strong. It seems that this time, Peerless City will welcome a new monster. Lin Xian's breakthrough and the 8 heavenly thunder 9 sounds he unleashed had completely shocked everyone. They all knew that a new monster was about to appear, but they were very curious about who it was. That kid should be coming out soon. Yes, he has already reached the 8th heaven. He probably won't be able to break through the 9th heaven. Legend has it that no one can break through it. Even the eldest disciple of Peerless City couldn't break through it. He shouldn't be able to reach the 9th heaven either. Everyone was discussing intensely. They felt that it was about time for him to appear. The people of Peerless City also said, "Senior brother, do you think he can reach the ninth heaven?" When they asked this, their faces were full of anticipation. Fu Hongya's eyes flickered. Linghu Chuexiue also frowned slightly and said, "It's not certain. I've never seen anyone who can break my and junior brother Fu's record. Now that such a person has appeared, he might really be able to break it." Break the legend? Does senior brother Linghu think he can reach the ninth heaven? The people of Peerless City were really shocked. Fu Hongya also nodded. It's possible that the ninth heaven isn't just a competition of strength, but more of the comprehension of the laws. This kid can produce 8 heavenly thunder 9 sounds. His comprehension of the laws is far beyond others. Therefore, he's really hopeful. Countless pairs of eyes looked towards the ninth heaven. At the 8th heaven, Lin Xian sat cross-legged and began to thoroughly comprehend. After 49 days, he opened his eyes. Then he raised his head and looked at the ninth heaven. There was only one last heaven left. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't shrink back. No matter what, he would give it his all. In the 8th layer of heaven, he felt that his laws had become stronger, and the speed of this increase was very fast. It was much faster than the previous few heavens. Therefore, he thought that if he could step onto the last layer of heaven, then he might be able to break through again. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by for him. If he missed this opportunity, there would be too many men for him to break through in other places. His figure exploded as he charged into the 9 heavens. It collided with the 9 heavens. Sword chi rumbled all over his body, and the roar of the Qilin also appeared. Countless divine chains of laws hung down from the 9th heaven, releasing billions of rays of light. It was dazzling. The two collided, releasing a sonorous sound. A terrifying explosion of power shook the 9 heavens. The people outside all held their breaths. They knew that Lin Wudi was trying to break through to the final heavenly layer. At this moment, the vast majority of people hoped that Lin Wudi would succeed, because they wanted to witness a legend. However, there were also a portion of people who were gnashing their teeth and praying in their hearts. Damn it, no, he must not succeed. Among them were Gui Li, Di Ling, and the others. They did not want him to succeed even if they were beaten to death. Because if he succeeded, then he would be a legend of that time. In the 9th heaven, Lin Xian was sent flying back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The impact here was too strong. Even he couldn't bear it. However, he wouldn't let go. With a furious roar, the dragon's sword soul in his body surged crazily, and the dragon-shaped sword chi slashed in all directions. He rushed up again. The laws of the 9 heavens became even more resplendent. It was as if immortal light was constantly sweeping across. The two collided. Every strike was earth-shattering. The people of Peerless City felt their scalps go numb. This kid was really too terrifying. He could actually reach such a level. Fu Hongye and Linghu Chuexiue also had solemn expressions. It was too forced. With Lin Xian's current state, he might not be able to break through. However, Lin Xian still had a trump card. With a wave of his hand, the phantom of the hidden immortal pagoda appeared and began to bombard from above. He also condensed the 10,000 dragons picture and attacked from below. The phantoms of the two extreme weapons bloomed with billions of rays of light, and a powerful aura swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths.
Boom, boom.
This battle was earth-shattering. It had been 4 days and 4 nights, but Lin Xian still had not broken through. His body was covered in wounds, and his body was already broken. However, his eyes were shining brighter.
Kill.
Lin Xian roared crazily. The sword chi on his body rushed out, completely enveloping the entire 8th heaven. At this moment, nothing could be seen. Even the people of Peerless City could not see through the array. They could only see a golden light, and they could not see Lin Xian's figure at all. It seemed that it was really too forced. Those people shook their heads. It had been 4 days and 4 nights, and he still had not broken through. This was probably that kid's limit. The spectators further away were also discussing. He was still one step away. There was no other way. The ninth heaven was a mythical existence. There was definitely no one who could reach it. No matter how strong Linwoody was, it was impossible for him to reach it. Yes, he was already very heaven-defying now. He had broken 2 of Peerless City's records. Everyone felt that Lin Xian had stopped here. Di Ling, Gui Li, and the others snorted coldly. Although they were still very unhappy, they knew that the other party had stopped and could not enter the last heaven. A sense of schadenfreude appeared in their hearts.
Buzz.
At the 8th heaven, Lin Xian used sword qi to envelop the entire space. Then, he summoned the great dragon Sword Soul. On his hands, the laws of the 5 elements revolved. He held the great dragon Sword Soul, and an incomparable light burst out from his eyes. Explode. At this moment, he did not hold back at all. The great dragon's sword soul kept rumbling, absorbing the power of heaven and earth, and began to explode. The green sword shadow rumbled between heaven and earth. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps go numb. An incomparably terrifying aura spread out. Damn it, what was that? Everyone went crazy. The people of Peerless City were also terrified. That kid, did he summon another extreme weapon? Why was it so terrifying this time? Damn it, a golden light was sent flying. They could not see what he was doing at all. He probably did it on purpose. Linghu Chueshue took a deep breath. This aura? Impossible. That kid actually had a trump card? Gui Li and the others' faces changed drastically. Shi Sui, Tianchun, Bufan, and the others were shocked. This power was really too strong. Previously, they were still unconvinced. They thought that they were careless last time and wanted to compete with Linwoody again. But now it seemed they did not lose unjustly. The other party's methods were too shocking. Even if they fought with the other party again, they were afraid that they would not be his opponent. At this moment, the people who stayed in the 9th heaven were even more terrified. They trembled, kneeled on the ground, and kept worshipping, thinking that a god had come out. Chapter 36:55. Yu Qinya was still in the 4th layer. His face was filled with despair as he was awakened by the sudden surge of energy. Damn it, why is this energy so strong? Who is this person? Yu Qinya was so frightened that he almost peed his pants. Lin Xian held the great dragon sword spirit in his hand and split the sky open. At this moment, an unparalleled power exploded. At this moment, everyone thought that the end of the world had arrived. The rumbling between heaven and earth lasted for a few days before it gradually subsided. At the same time, they were all excited. Did Linwoody succeed? Did he enter the last layer of heaven? Peerless City's people stared at the array. In the next moment, someone screamed. He really went in. In the 9th layer of heaven, in the originally empty space, a figure suddenly appeared. This person's body was covered in cracks and blood flowed out, but his eyes were incomparably cold and bright.
It was Lin Xian.
He went in. He actually went in. Peerless City's people were stunned. He's really an unbelievable kid. Fu Hongya was also shocked. Although he thought highly of Lin Xian, he did not expect Lin Xian to have such potential. This was completely out of his expectations. On the other side, Linghu Chueshue sucked in a breath of cold air. He was the only one who reached the 8th layer of heaven. He also tried to break through to the 9th layer. However, he failed. He naturally knew how terrifying the 9th layer of heaven was. It was not only a matter of strength, it also represented something else. Therefore, no one could enter it. But now, someone had actually succeeded. Looks like I won't be lonely in the future. A top monster has finally appeared on the ancient path of the stars. On the other side, Diling, Gui Li, and the others were going crazy. He succeeded. How is this possible? They could not believe it. They could not accept it. They did not expect that there would be such a heaven-defying person by their side. In Stillwater Sky City, Shi Bufan, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others were also shocked. Now, they no longer had any hostility. Instead, it was replaced by fear. Isn't it courting death to make an enemy out of such a person? Shun Jingqiu narrowed his crescent-shaped eyes.
He was really happy.
Big Brother Lin is really awesome. So this is the 9 heavens. I'm really curious. In the 9th layer of heaven, Lin Xian appeared. He felt the aura around him and was incomparably shocked. This kind of aura was very strange, and it couldn't be described with words. Lin Xian felt very comfortable here. It was as if the world had just been born. For a moment, he fell into an epiphany. Half a month later, he opened his eyes. So this was what he looked like. His eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he now completely understood some parts of the laws that he didn't understand. He had undergone a sublimation. Then he began to walk in the void. Every time he landed, a golden lotus would rise from under his feet. This was the golden lotus of the Great Path. It was a manifestation of the great Tao of heaven and earth. If anyone else was here and saw this scene, they would definitely be so shocked that they would piss their pants. Lin Xian's comprehension of laws had actually reached such a level. Every step he took was accompanied by the sound of heavenly thunder. After 9 steps, 9 to 10 sounds of heavenly thunder rang out, circling the world. At the same time, a leaf floated over from the sky and landed in front of Lin Xian. The aura on the leaf was really too mysterious. It made Lin Xian feel all the pores on his body open. This was the leaf of Tao Comprehension Tea. He was stunned. Tao Comprehension Tea was said to be a divine tree between heaven and earth. The leaves of Tao Comprehension Tea contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. If one could obtain it, it would definitely be a great opportunity. Rumor had it that only great emperors could find the true Tao Comprehension Tea. It was very difficult to find the rest. They could only obtain 1 or 2 leaves of Tao Comprehension Tea from ancient ruins or some forbidden grounds. He didn't expect that he would actually obtain a leaf of Tao Comprehension Tea in the 9 heavens. This was great. He placed the leaf of Tao Comprehension Tea between his eyebrows, sat down cross-legged, and began to comprehend. The people outside were also crazy. The sound of heavenly thunder rang out again, and there were 9 sounds. Not only did the other party enter the 9th layer of heaven, but he also struck out the 9th heavenly thunder 9 sounds. This was a kind of perfection. No one could do better than the other party. This was already a kind of extreme. Everyone was amazed. What kind of monster was this? Even the great emperors of ancient times were not like this when they were young. Everyone was extremely surprised by this. They didn't expect that this time they would actually see such a heaven-defying youth. They were afraid that when the other party grew up in the future, it was very likely that he would become a great emperor. All kinds of envious voices rang out. After the other geniuses heard it, their scalps went numb, and their faces were full of envy. The charm of the great emperors of ancient times? It was really too enviable. At the same time, they also had a kind of despair. It was the greatest misfortune to be born in the same era as such a monster. They were afraid that they would be suppressed by the other party for the rest of their lives. Damn it, how could it be? Ghostly gritted his teeth, and his eyes were about to pop out. On the other side, Ling's face was also incomparably pale. The quality of the great emperors of ancient times? The other party was not qualified at all. His eyes burst with a biting cold killing intent.
Kill the other party.
He must take advantage of this opportunity to kill the other party. No one could surpass him. The fire of jealousy in his heart burned fiercely. On the other side, the people of Peerless City were also stunned. They really didn't expect that the other party not only broke 2 records, but also a new record. This record was probably the ultimate record. No one in the future could surpass it. At most, it would be a tie. This guy was too monstrous. The corners of the mouths of the disciples of Peerless City twitched. The elder's face was also full of shock. Junior brother, what do you think? Linghu Chueshue asked. Fu Hongye's eyes burst with an incomparably shocking light. His current strength might not be as good as ours, but his talent is really too strong. He's so strong that I've never seen it before. That's right. Linghu Chuexiue also sighed. I've never admired anyone in the younger generation, but now I actually have a trace of admiration for him. What kind of storm do you think he can stir up if he goes to the Three Lives Temple? The second astral realm has been peaceful for too long. Even if some geniuses rise up, they can't threaten those people. However, this time, I think this Lin Wuti can disrupt the balance. Perhaps there will be a big reshuffle among the holy cities. The two brilliant powerhouses were also shocked by Lin Xian's performance. Next, everyone waited patiently. They originally thought that the other party would come out soon, but they didn't expect that they would wait for half a year. It was unbelievable. Did the other party meditate for so long? However, they could still afford to wait for half a year. The onlookers all wanted to know who Lin Wuti was. So, they waited patiently. The geniuses who had already succeeded couldn't leave. They were still waiting to enter the next stage. During this time, everyone in ninth heaven came out. When they learned that there was still one person who hadn't come out, their faces were full of shock. Chapter 3656. After Yu Qianye came out, his face was gloomy and cold. At this moment, he had recovered from his mental breakdown. He also knew that his mentality had collapsed, so now he was working hard to regain his self-confidence. Otherwise, he was afraid that in the future, he would be even worse. When he looked up, he saw Di Ling and the others, standing far above him. Sixth heaven, this Di Ling was really too strong. Wait, why was there someone above Di Ling? Yu Qianye went crazy again. He had collapsed before and did not know what happened. In his opinion, Di Ling should be the strongest. But now, there was someone above Di Ling.
Who was it?
Damn it, it was the holy maiden of the spirit clan, Shen Jingqiu. How was this possible? He knew Shen Jingqiu's strength should be on par with him, or even worse. But now, Shen Jingqiu was actually standing in the seventh heaven. Damn it, what happened? His face was full of shock. Where's that pretty boy? Where's that damned guy beside Shen Jingqiu? He looked carefully and found that there was only Shen Jingqiu in the seventh heaven. He breathed a sigh of relief. He knew it, that pretty boy. How could he be so powerful? However, the other party had entered the fifth heaven, which was also unbearable. Under Yu Qianye's gaze, he subconsciously looked towards the fifth layer of heaven. He saw Shisui, Tiancheng, Bufan, and a few others, but there was no sign of Lin Xian. How was it possible? Could it be that kid? He was shocked, but he found that there were only two people in the sixth heaven, Di Ling and Gui Li. Where was that kid? Could it be that he died in there? He was really too surprised. He looked around and still did not find any trace of the other party. Could it be that the kid was eliminated? Thinking of this, he was so excited that he was about to cry. That's great. That brat was still showing off. Now he's finally eliminated, right? At this time, the person next to him said, "Oh, that Lin Wuti is still not out. What is he doing inside? He should still be comprehending, really enviable. What, there is still someone not out?" Yu Qianye instantly became nervous. It seemed that there was still someone in the ninth heaven.
Who was it?
Could it be that brat? For some reason, Lin Xian's figure appeared in his mind. Impossible. He roared madly in his heart. It was definitely not that kid. According to the discussions of the people around, the one who stayed inside was a top genius, someone who had surpassed the imperial mausoleum. Now, he had stepped into the ninth heavenly layer. Such a person was truly dazzling. He had the bearing of an ancient great emperor. How could such a person be that gigolo? However, Lin Xian was no longer around, which made him uneasy. Just like that, he waited for several months. Finally, on this day, the world changed once again. Thunder once again poured down from the nine heavens. This time, it was even more violent than before. Did he break through again? Everyone was in an uproar. They had already seen this kind of appearance once before. Damn it, this Lin Wuti in half a year, he still wanted to break through. Everyone went crazy. The mouths of the people from Peerless City twitched. Imperial Mausoleum's people were so jealous that they almost fainted. Damn it, this was not a cabbage breaking through. This was a breakthrough in the Sage realm. How difficult was it to break through a small realm? Everyone here had a deep understanding of it. Previously, Lin Xian had broken through once inside, which made them extremely envious. But now, he had broken through again. It had only been half a year. They had never heard of a sage who could break through twice in half a year. It was simply amazing. Even Fu Hongye and Linghu Chuexue had strange looks in their eyes. Wasn't he too monstrous? This time, the lightning tribulation was very violent, and it lasted for more than 10 days. Just when everyone thought that it was about to subside, the lightning tribulation suddenly exploded even more violently, making everyone's scalp tingle. What was Lin Wuti doing inside? He was going to be struck by lightning twice. Imperial Mausoleum gritted his teeth in his heart. Damn it, it would be best if you were struck to death. After another half a month, the sky full of thunder finally disappeared, and a figure walked out of the ninth heaven.
He's out.
Someone shouted. At that moment, countless sages turned their gazes towards the sky. The surrounding powerhouses, the sky prides who had already passed, Imperial Mausoleum, Geely, Sherbufan, and the others, as well as the people from Peerless City, all had their eyes on a single person. It was him. Everyone was stunned. Was he Lin Wuti? Impossible. Wasn't he a gigolo who lived off a woman? Damn it, how could he be Lin Wuti? Screams of terror rang out one after another. At this moment, other than the people from Peerless City, everyone else was screaming. Because they finally saw Lin Wuti's figure. Lin Wuti was actually the person next to Shen Jingqiu. He was actually Shen Jingqiu's husband. This was too unbelievable. Wasn't Shen Jingqiu's husband a gigolo, an early-stage second heaven sage? It was said that he was an ant from the first astral realm. How could he be such a monstrous genius? They couldn't believe it. But now he was standing above the ninth heaven, looking down on them. They had no choice but to accept this fact. It was him. It was actually him. Sherbufan, Shui, Tian Chun, Wang Xiaofeng, and the others were stunned. They didn't expect that the person who defeated them was actually Shen Jingqiu's husband. It was actually this kid. Geely and Imperial Mausoleum were stunned too. Previously, they looked at Lin Xian with disdain. They thought that he was an ant. But now he was standing on top of their heads, looking down on them like a god. They couldn't accept this kind of psychological difference. Damn it! They vomited blood. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the other party was a second heaven sage. A second heaven sage was actually able to break the legend. They were going crazy with jealousy. Yu Qinya was even more scared. How could it be this person? He was most familiar with Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian was someone their Yu clan wanted to kill. Previously, when Lin Xian escorted Yu Siki back, their Yu clan didn't put him in their eyes at all. They even wanted to kill him mercilessly. Now, not only was he still alive, he had become a monstrous genius that attracted the attention of the world. Could it be that the previous 9 Heavenly Thunder 9 sounds were all from him? Yu Qinya spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He was so angry. He was really going to die from anger. If he wasn't a sage, he would have been angered to the 18th level of hell. Brother Lin really succeeded. Shen Jingqiu was filled with endless joy. Brother Lin actually broke through to the third heaven sage. Suddenly, Shen Jingqiu exclaimed. She realized that Lin Xian wasn't a second heaven sage, but a third heaven sage. It was too unbelievable. The others also noticed this point and were dumbfounded. Why do I remember that when this kid just entered the ninth heaven, he was a second heaven sage? Yes, and a third heaven sage. After half a year, he came out and was a third heaven sage. Damn it, in less than a year, he broke through a big realm. Everyone was going crazy. Chapter 3657. Thinking of this, The sage's eyes turned red. One had to know that they might not even be able to break through a small realm in a few hundred years. Some were even stuck for thousands of years. To break through a realm, it might not even be possible in a few thousand years. But now Lin Fan had done it in a year. It was unbelievable. Even the top 8 geniuses could not believe it. As the top 8 geniuses, they had strong bloodlines and were supported by big families. But even so, it was impossible for them to break through a realm in a year. Like Yu Qianya, he had spent a lot of effort and resources to achieve it, and he had only broken through a small realm. But now Lin Fan had broken through a realm in a year. Even the geniuses of the Holy City wouldn't be able to do that. Some of the older generation were also amazed. Lin Fan had broken through 2 realms in the 9th heaven. No wonder the lightning tribulation suddenly went berserk when it was about to disappear. That's right, Lin Xian had broken through 2 realms in a row and finally became a 3rd heaven sage. He had a confident smile on his face as he looked around. This was great. This time, not to mention whether he could become a disciple of the Holy City, just this breakthrough alone was enough to make him ecstatic. After becoming a 3rd heaven sage, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. He looked down, and when he saw Di Ling and Gui Li, his lips curled into a disdainful smile. If these 2 people made him wary before, he would have to deal with them with all his might. But now, he did not take them to heart. Damn it! Di Ling and Gui Li saw Lin Xian's expression, and their faces darkened. They were actually looked down on by him. This was infuriating. At this time, the elder from Wushuang City stood up and said loudly, "All right, the first round of the test is over. Everyone who has successfully reached the 9th heaven, follow me. You will proceed to the next round of the test." After saying that, those who had succeeded rose into the air and flew forward quickly. Xin Jingqiu was the first to come to Lin Xian's side, and her eyes were sparkling. "Big brother Lin, you're so cool." Di Ling, Gui Li, and the rest also came over. They looked at Lin Xian, and their eyes were filled with cold light. "Brat, don't be complacent. Don't be too arrogant. The 9 heavens is not all about strength. Otherwise, do you think you can reach the top?" "That's right. That's what I wanted to say as well. Your good days are over. Because you have already angered me, and no one can step on my head. You can't do it either." Di Ling looked at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with killing intent. "In the 2nd stage, I will let you know what true strength is. Don't think that just because you've comprehended some laws you can compare to me. You're still far from it." The onlookers in the distance were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. Heaven, Ghostly, and Di Ling were all eyeing this kid. The 2nd stage would be even more intense. That was for sure. The 1st stage tested one's talent, bloodline, and comprehension of the Great Tao. He let that kid take the lead. But if they really fought, that brow was absolutely not Di Ling's match. Di Ling had many trump cards in his hands. Not to mention the sacred weapon, he had a bronze coffin hidden in his body. Once that thing came out, how could that brat block it? Indeed, if it was a duel, no one thought that Lin Xian could defeat Di Ling. Ji Lian could not even defeat Ghostly. After all, Ghostly also had a sacred weapon. At this time, Yu Qianya also jumped out. He also laughed sinisterly. "Brat, I won't let you off either. In a real fight, you're also not my match." He was really mad. Previously, the other party made him collapse and despair. Only now did he recover. He swore that as long as there was a chance, he would not hesitate to kill the other party. The other party was now a 3rd heaven saint, but he was still a realm lower than him. It seemed that this brat had offended many people. Fu Hongya narrowed his eyes. Linghu Chueshua laughed. "No matter, competition is a good thing. Bring them to the next stage." As he said that, the surrounding Wushuang City disciples quickly came to the void, and each took a side. Their palms formed a seal, and they formed a teleportation array. They brought these people and disappeared into the sky. Did they leave? The onlookers below were in an uproar. It seemed that the 2nd stage was not held here. It was held somewhere else. They could not watch anymore. However, these people did not leave. They all set up camp. They wanted to wait. Wait until the final result was out. After all, the result was very important to every force and family. After the array flickered and the light disappeared, Lin Xian and the others found that they had already arrived at another place. There were buildings and streets all around. It seemed that they had arrived at a city. Someone screamed. Could it be that they had already arrived at Wushuang City? That's right. A Wushuang City disciple said that they had indeed arrived at Wushuang City. Then, he briefly explained Wushuang City. After hearing that, the others were shocked. Lin Xian was also surprised. A holy city was as big as 2 worlds. It was really shocking. Not only that, there were countless subsidiary worlds under Wushuang City. It was very enviable. In this assessment, we will accept 3 types of disciples. The best are the core disciples. There are not many of them, a total of 72 people. The quota is fixed. Therefore, you can only become a core disciple if you fight for the top 72. The treatment of the core disciples is very good. It is definitely not inferior to the patriarchs and sect masters of the outside world. Moreover, it is the most central power of Wushuang City. The direct disciples of the Holy King will be selected from the core disciples. This time, the first place will be taken by the eldest disciple. He is the one with the highest status among the 3rd-generation disciples. He is also the one who is most likely to become a direct disciple. If you have the strength, try your best. Don't miss this opportunity. Below the core disciples are the ordinary disciples. Their treatment is not as good as the core disciples, but it is better than the elders of the outside world. Don't worry. Hearing that, countless people's eyes lit up. The forces of the outside world, such as the Rain Clan, were all big families. However, it was still not comparable to the treatment of the Rain Clan's elders in Wushuang City. One could imagine how terrifying Wushuang City's strength was. It was no wonder that so many big families wanted to send their disciples in. Of course, not everyone could become an ordinary disciple. If they failed the second assessment, they could only become a nominal disciple. Nominal disciples were not real disciples of the Holy City. They had to be assessed again in a few months. As long as they passed the assessment, they could be promoted to an ordinary disciple. If they failed the assessment 3 times, they would completely lose their qualification and leave the Holy City. Hearing that, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavens, there was the danger of being eliminated. They thought that after passing the first assessment and ascending to the first layer of heaven, they could become an ordinary disciple. Who would have thought that it was not so simple? Chapter 3658. This time, Wushuang City's assessment had gathered the elites of countless worlds. There were about a few 100 million people participating, and only about 10,000 people could step into the first heaven. Among these 10,000 people, only 72 of them were core disciples. It was uncertain how many ordinary disciples there would be left. Moreover, there could be vacancies among the core disciples. For example, if only 30 people met the requirement, then there would only be 30 core disciples. The remaining positions would all be empty and would not be inherited by the weak. It was that cruel. I wonder what the second round is about, Sherbufan asked. Everyone else was curious as well. After saying so much, they were most concerned about what the second round was about. Wushuang City doesn't care about your current cultivation level or strength. What we care about is your talent. This includes innate talent, such as bloodline and physique. There are also some acquired talents such as strong will, comprehension of special laws, and comprehension of the great Tao. As long as you are a genius, we will accept you. Therefore, the second round is still about you. We will bring you to a place called the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. It is a very special place. The Copper Sparrow Pavilion is a world of laws created by the Sage King. Inside, your cultivation level will be suppressed, and you will be suppressed to the first heaven. Everyone will be suppressed to the first heaven of the Sage King to ensure fairness. Moreover, you will not be able to use your own divine powers. You can only use the martial arts in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. This way, we will test your talent and see who can cultivate the divine powers the best in the same amount of time. The second round is actually like this. Everyone gasped. They originally thought that they would have to fight in the arena. They didn't expect that it would be so special that they would go to the small world created by the Sage King. There were a total of 12 heavenly steels, 36 earthly steels, and 108 Xian steels. Then what is the basis? Is it the ranking of the first rounds? Someone asked. As soon as this was said, everyone became nervous. If it was really based on the ranking, then the people who fell behind would suffer. The elder shook his head. It's not based on the ranking. Don't worry, Wushuang City will give you the greatest fairness. Everyone can freely choose the divine powers on these steels to cultivate, and the time is the same. However, don't think that the ranking is not important. There were a total of 3 rounds. The total ranking of the 3 stages would be the final ranking, and each stage would have a specific reward. The first place of each stage will be given a leaf of Dao Comprehension Tea. As for the others, they were all ranked according to their rankings. These rewards would be given out at the end of the 3 tests. The leaf of the Dao Comprehending Tea. Heavens! He was actually so generous. Many people's eyes turned red. These people were all young masters in their respective families, but they didn't have the chance to obtain the Dao Comprehension Tea leaves. Not to mention them, even their family heads didn't have the chance to obtain it. That was because this item was simply too precious. The amount was very small, and it would be divided among countless holy cities. Each holy city would not get much. These 3 might have been left behind after thousands of years of accumulation. Now, they actually wanted to use such treasures as rewards.
It really provoked these people.
Lin Xian was equally surprised. How could there be such a good thing? He had already experienced the Enlightenment Tea leaves once before. That time, he had directly advanced by 2 small realms, reaching the 3rd heavenly layer. Unexpectedly, there was still more. These 3 leaves of Dao Comprehension Tea must be mine. Lin Xian's eyes burst with an extremely cold light. The others were also incomparably excited. Di Ling was ambitious. Although I fell behind in the first round, I must obtain the second and third round. Hehe, Dao Comprehension Tea leaves? How surprising. I'll accept such a good thing. The corner of Ghost Li's mouth raised into a smile. In addition, although Shi Bufan, Shi Sui Tiancheng, and the others did not say anything, it was obvious that they were also determined to obtain it. Soon, everyone arrived at the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. The Copper Sparrow Pavilion was as tall as an ancient building. Everyone knew that it was a world of its own. Sure enough, after entering, they found that it was much wider inside, as if it was a world of its own. Indeed, their cultivation was completely suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth here, and they couldn't use their other divine abilities. Damn, they couldn't even use their bloodline power. The laws of heaven and earth here were really amazing. It seemed that they could only use their newly learned divine abilities. Everyone was surprised. This was indeed fair enough. Hehe, in terms of talent, none of you are my opponent. Di Ling snorted coldly. His cultivation was the highest, and he was the strongest. It was enough to show that his talent was strong. Ghostly sneered.
Is that so?
That might not be the case. Don't be trampled under my feet when the time comes. The others also clenched their fists, especially those who were ranked at the bottom. If they really fought according to actual combat, they had no hope. But now, everyone was at the same starting line, they might have a chance. They heard that there were 12 divine steels. Go quickly, they must learn the divine abilities on the divine steels. The divine abilities there were the strongest. Many people ran forward. With more than 10,000 people, it didn't seem crowded at all. Instead, it was a little spacious. Sure enough, there were many stone steels around. There were 12 shining with golden light. They were divine steels. 36 shining with purple light. They were earthly steels. 108 shining with blue light. They were mystic steels. There were indeed martial divine abilities on these stone steels, but they were all different. Some were very detailed, some were just a few strokes, as if they could only be understood but not explained. There were all kinds of strange divine abilities. You have 3 months to comprehend it. After 3 months, you will begin the battle. Those who succeed will advance to the next stage of a test. Those who fail will be disqualified. They will be classified as honorary disciples. After half a year, you will be tested again. The voice rang between heaven and earth. Everyone's expression changed drastically.
What?
Failure means disqualification. How could it be like this? Everyone went crazy. Previously, they were full of confidence and wanted to become core disciples. But now, there was a problem. That was, the person who failed would immediately become an in-name disciple. This was really too unbelievable. One must know that with more than 10,000 people, at least half of them would be eliminated. It was really too cruel. Alright, as for the specific rules of the battle, we will talk about it after 3 months. Now, you should hurry up and think about how to cultivate your divine abilities in these 3 months. 4 Wushuang City martial artists also followed in. They were fighting on one side, and it seemed like they were guarding the order. Hurry up and comprehend. Everyone was in a hurry, because from this moment on, time had already started counting down. They only had 3 months. Everyone definitely rushed towards the 12 divine steels. Because the divine steels were the least, martial divine abilities were the most precious. Gui Li Di Ling and the others were also very fast. They rushed to the front like flowing light. They each occupied a divine steels and observed.
Get lost.
Di Ling roared. The aura on his body exploded, causing the surrounding people to be unable to breathe. Chapter 36:59. Although everyone's cultivation was suppressed, Di Ling's name was deeply imprinted in their minds. Hence, they could not help but take a step back. Trash, like you think you have the right to comprehend the sky steel with me?
Get lost.
Or I'll kill you. Di Ling's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. It's over. What they were most worried about had happened. If the 8 Sky Prides joined forces to seal the sky steel, no one else would have the right to comprehend it. Indeed, the other Sky Prides also rushed towards the sky steel and occupied one of the sky steels. Yu Qianye let out a sinister laugh as he abruptly turned around and shot Lin Xian a glance. That's great. If he could join forces with Di Ling and the others to suppress Lin Xian, he would not be able to cultivate the sky steel. Then, they would definitely win the second round. Countless people were shocked by the scene. They looked at Lin Xian and wanted to see what Lin Xian would do. Because Lin Xian was not one of the 8 Sky Prides. Instead, he was enemies with some of the 8 Sky Prides. If Lin Xian were to take action, they could help him. At least, they could not let the 8 Sky Prides be so arrogant. Shen Jingqiu said the same thing. Damn it, these guys are too evil. They actually joined forces to seal the sky steel. Brother Lin, let's do it together. Lin Xian smiled. Don't be anxious. Didn't I say it before? The second round is absolutely fair. Do you think they can do it without breaking the rules? Indeed, a Wushuang City martial artist shouted coldly from afar. Anyone can comprehend the sky steel. No one is allowed to occupy it. Those who dare to violate the rules will be expelled and disqualified. Once he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Many people were excited.
Great.
As for the 8 Sky Prides, such as Yu Qianye and Di Ling, their faces turned ugly. Damn it, there was such a condition. They were not willing to accept it. However, they did not dare to take action. If they dared to go against the Wushuang City people, they would be expelled immediately. So, what if they could comprehend it? The divine ability on the heavenly steel was not something that anyone could comprehend. Di Ling sneered. Ghost Li also raised a ferocious smile. Yu Qianye gritted his teeth. What a pity. This was originally a great opportunity to deal with Lin Xian, but who would have thought that it would be instantly neutralized? Quickly go and comprehend it. The surrounding saints all rushed forward and began to choose their own sky steels. Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu also left in the morning. Kid, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Just you wait. In 3 months, I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. Yu Qianye gritted his teeth while Lin Xian waved his hand impatiently. What were they shouting for? If they had the time, they might as well spend it on comprehending the stone tablets. Right now, he didn't place Yu Qianye in his eyes at all. It could even be said that he was ignoring the other party. Damn it. I'm so angry. The other party's indifferent expression made Yu Qianye so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, now is not the time to make a move. He could only grit his teeth and look at the divine ability on the heavenly steel. Lin Xian also glanced at the 12 heavenly steels with a solemn expression. One had to admit that the divine abilities on the 12 heavenly steels were indeed powerful. There were close combat, long-range attacks, swords, fists, and legs. There was a type of each type, and there was even an eye technique. However, it wasn't that easy to comprehend because these divine abilities were too simple. There were only a few strokes. One would only know what divine ability it was at first glance, but if one wanted to cultivate it, they wouldn't be able to figure it out. For a moment, everyone's eyes flickered, and they began to ponder seriously. Shen Jingqiu frowned. Why couldn't she understand it? This wasn't something that could be comprehended in a short period of time. The 12 heavenly steels recorded the top divine abilities. It was too difficult to learn it in 3 months. Lin Xian shook his head. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate it. He wanted to understand it more thoroughly. Then he looked at the 36 earthly steels. These 36 earthly steels also recorded exquisite divine abilities. Looking at the power, it seemed to be weaker than the 12 heavenly steels. However, it was more detailed than the 12 heavenly steels. At least it was enough to make people scratch their heads. Next, Lin Xian looked at the 18 heavenly steels. This time, the divine abilities recorded on them were very detailed. Every step was recorded. Martial artists could follow the instructions and cultivate step by step. The 3 types of stone steels were different. They had different powers, and the difficulty of cultivation was also different. The time was also specific. It was only 3 months. Then, in these 3 months, the most important thing wasn't to occupy the divine abilities on the heavenly steels, but to increase one's combat strength as much as possible. In this way, there would be a problem of distribution. It seemed that the second stage wasn't that simple. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He now understood that the second stage wasn't just testing one's talent, it was also testing one's choice. 10,000 people, facing such a scene, had 10,000 choices. How to choose to maximize one's combat strength. There was a lot of knowledge in this. Were there any connections between the 3 types of stone steels? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He found a sword technique and looked at it on the heavenly steels. One of the sword techniques was called Sword of 100 Battles. This was a very mysterious sword technique. It could transform into various demonic beasts and terrifying heavenly anomalies to fight. It was a bit similar to the evolution of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. However, the Great Dragon Sword Soul could transform into anything. As for the Sword of 100 Battles, it could only transform into specific things to fight. Lin Xian took a look and realized that it could transform into 15 different demonic beasts. Each of them was extremely terrifying. Then, he looked for a similar divine ability on the 36 earthly steels. This divine ability was called Psychic Hand. It could instantly set up some formations and then attack with the help of laws. This was a palm technique. The formation on the palm would obtain some characteristics of the demonic beasts. For example, it would be extremely strong or extremely soft. Lin Xian realized that this psychic hand was somewhat similar to the Sword of 100 Battles. Then, he began to look at the 12 heavenly steels. The 12 heavenly steels were very simple. It seemed to contain the simplicity of the Great Tao. It was impossible to understand. However, Lin Xian could still see some things clearly. For example, he saw one of the heavenly steels. There were only 3 Dao patterns carved on it. However, Lin Xian seemed to be able to see that it was a person summoning something from heaven and earth. It seemed to be something like a soul. In this way, Lin Xian felt that it was somewhat similar to the previous 2 divine abilities. It could be said that it was an upgraded version. There was indeed some connection. He narrowed his eyes. In this way, if he wanted to cultivate the divine ability on the heavenly steels, he could first cultivate the heavenly steels and the earthly steels. Then, he could cultivate the divine ability on the heavenly steels. After thinking about this point, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He was ready to take action. He transmitted his voice to Shen Jingqiu and told Shen Jingqiu about these things. After Shen Jingqiu heard, she was also surprised. Was this true? He looked around and found that there was indeed some connection. In that case, let's hurry up and cultivate. The 2 of them walked towards the 108 Xian steels. Chapter 3660. At this moment, everyone was trying their best to cultivate the divine ability on the heavenly steel. Even the earthly steel was rarely visited. As for Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu, they actually squeezed through the crowd and walked towards the Xian steel. This scene shocked countless people. No way! Isn't that Lin Wuti and the holy goddess of the spirit clan Jingqiu? Why did they leave? Don't they want to comprehend the heavenly steel? No idea. Could it be that they want to comprehend the earthly steel? The competition there is less. They looked carefully and realized that the 2 had walked past the earthly steel and arrived at the Xian steel. Instantly, these people went crazy. Heavens, they actually chose the Xian steel. How is this possible? The Xian steel looks like the weakest divine ability. These people simply couldn't understand. What is Lin Wuti doing? And some other people sneered when they saw this. Yu Qianya snorted, idiot kid. He actually chose the trashy Xian steel. He really doesn't know his place. He was too excited. If Lin Xian chose the heavenly steel, then he would be under great pressure, but he chose the Xian steel. This way, he had absolute confidence. 3 months later, he could kill Lin Xian to his heart's content. After Gui Li saw this, he also sneered. Di Ling was even more disdainful. What Lin Wuti? He doesn't even have the courage to choose the heavenly steel. He probably knows that he doesn't have the talent to comprehend it. What a joke. If he is like this, I can kill him with 1 hand in the 2nd round. Di Ling was also very ambitious. In his opinion, Lin Xian should know that he couldn't comprehend the heavenly steel, so he chose the easiest Xian steel. Shi Bufan, Shi Sui Tianchen, Wang Xiaofeng and the others were also puzzled. It shouldn't be. Lin Wuti is very strong. They all know. Why did he choose the Xian steel? Could it be that there is another mystery? Wang Xiaofeng said to Shi Sui Tiancheng, not knowing what he is doing, not knowing what he found. But I won't leave. My eye of Shi Sui can be used here. I want to comprehend it more efficiently than others. These top experts didn't leave because they had absolute confidence in themselves. With the best things available, why would they settle for the second best? The 4 warriors from Wushuang City, who were standing in 4 different directions, were surprised when they saw the scene. Could it be that this brat had found out? They were also looking forward to seeing how the peerless genius who had set a new record in the 1st round would perform in the 2nd round. Lin Xian arrived in front of the 108 Xian tablets. He chose the Sword of 100 Battles because this sword technique and the Great Dragon Sword Spirit simulation effect were very similar. If he wanted to cultivate, it would definitely be a piece of cake. Chiover, these 3 stone steels are all connected to one another. Choose a cultivation technique that you like and cultivate accordingly. The effects should be very good. After saying that, Lin Xian began to cultivate. Shen Jingqiu nodded. She also chose a cultivation technique to cultivate. Needless to say, the sword technique that Lin Xian chose was very suitable for him. Soon, he finished cultivating and stood up with a smile on his face. Next, it was time to comprehend the psychic hand. Lin Xian looked at the 36 earthly tablets and started to comprehend. The heavenly tablets were still very lively, but after a few days, some people collapsed. No, I can't comprehend it at all. Yes, it's too difficult. They felt that they couldn't figure out the direction. Some people were going crazy. Some people felt that they had to change their strategy, so they gave up on the heavenly tablets and started to cultivate the 36 earthly tablets. There were also some people who insisted that they would be able to comprehend it after a while. But after a month, most of them were in despair. They now knew that the heavenly tablets weren't easy to comprehend. If they continued to waste time, they probably wouldn't be able to learn a single divine ability. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to fight at all. They would only be beaten up. Therefore, these people retreated one after another. Some of them chose the 36 earthly monuments, and some of them even wanted to start cultivating the 108 Xian monuments, like Lin Xian. However, there were a few people in front who didn't move. They were the other 7 of the 8 great prodigies. There were also 5 people who weren't part of the 8 great prodigies. These people were very confident in themselves. They stood in front of the heavenly tablets and continued to comprehend. Although these people's faces were very serious, they didn't look good. It was obvious that they didn't make much progress. But they believed that once they comprehended a move or two, their power would definitely surpass everyone else. Another half a month passed. Lin Xian stood up. He had mastered the psychic hand. Next, he needed to comprehend the heavenly tablets. It was the summoning divine ability that he had seen before. Thinking of this, he walked forward. Lin Xian's arrival shocked everyone. What was going on? Lin Wudi came to the heavenly tablets again. Could it be that he wanted to comprehend the heavenly tablets? God, he didn't want to comprehend it at first. Now that there was only 1.5 months left, could he comprehend it completely? Everyone was shocked. Then, they shook their heads and ignored him. They couldn't understand Lin Xian's actions at all. The only one who understood was probably Shen Jingqiu. At this moment, Shen Jingqiu was also comprehending one of the 36 earthly tablets. She would soon master it, probably in another 3 to 5 days. She would also go to the heavenly tablets. Lin Xian came to the heavenly tablet and sat down cross-legged. He started to comprehend it. His arrival surprised the geniuses on the side of the sky steel. Why was this brat here again? Shui Tianchen and the others were confused. Yu Qianye snorted. Humph. You don't know what's good for you. Do you have time to comprehend it completely? In his opinion, it was a waste of time. Di Ling's eyes were filled with disdain. Lin Xian was trying to comprehend the same heavenly tablet as him. Was he looking for death? That's good too. When the time came, he would use the same superpower to torture Lin Xian to death. Time passed slowly. The people in the heavenly tablets tried their best to comprehend as many superpowers as possible. Some of them even started to comprehend the earthly tablet's superpower. However, the people in the heavenly tablets didn't move at all, because it was already good enough for them to comprehend one heavenly tablet in 3 months. Finally, another 1.5 months passed. 3 months had passed. On this day, a voice was heard. Then, a martial artist from Wushuang City said that the time was up and no one was allowed to comprehend it. As soon as he said that, the heavenly tablets shone brightly and nothing could be seen anymore.
Sigh.
Many people sighed. They hadn't comprehended enough yet. This was a great opportunity for them to learn Wushuang City's superpower. However, they had no choice. The time was up and they couldn't comprehend it anymore. The 8 great sky prides stood up as well. They looked extremely solemn. The 3 months of comprehension was indeed a unique experience for them. They had never comprehended such a magical superpower in such a tense situation. They wondered how powerful it would be in the end. Chapter 30, 661. Brat, don't ever meet me, or I will make you wish you were dead. Yu Qianye's eyes were filled with killing intent. This time, he was absolutely confident. He believed that the divine art he unleashed would be able to kill his opponent. Finally, it was time for revenge. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was the genius, and his opponent was just a lucky trash. Ghostly looked at Lin Xian and smiled coldly. Di Ling snorted. The first place of this round will definitely be me. You are not my opponent at all. The last time he was surpassed by Di Ling, it was the greatest humiliation of his life. So this time, no matter what, he had to step on Di Ling. The others felt their scalps go numb. It seemed that the 8 geniuses were really confident. He wondered what kind of power the divine ability they comprehended would have. At this time, Wuxuang city warriors walked out and said coldly, "All right, the test will begin now. Follow me." They left the area where the stone tablet was and came to another area. This area was very spacious, and it was still within the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. The test this time was very simple. You can choose your opponent, and you can only fight one-on-one. Those who succeed will advance to the next round, and those who fail will be eliminated and immediately become an in-name disciple. However, although it was a one-on-one battle, the winner can continue to fight with others. Everyone can fight at least once, and at most 5 times. You should understand, right? Hearing this, many people's faces changed.
What?
You can fight 5 people in a row. Their expressions were filled with fear. If Di Ling was an expert like him, he would be able to defeat 5 people. That meant that 5 people would be eliminated. Damn it, this way, even half of the people would not be able to stay. Previously, they thought that the elimination rate was only 50%, but now it seemed that it was not so. If an expert was ruthless enough to join forces, most of the people would be eliminated. The originally cruel situation had now become even more cruel. Yu Qianya, Ghostly, Di Ling, and the others all revealed a sinister smile. It was great to be able to challenge 5 people. Yu Qianya was the first to jump out, staring at Lin Xian. "Kid, come and die. I will ruthlessly step on you under my feet." Lin Xian shook his head. "I refuse." Fight with them? What kind of joke was this? He wasn't interested at all.
Puff.
Yu Qianya spat out a mouthful of blood. Rejected. Damn it, he actually looked down on him. "Brat, are you a man or not? Fight me if you have the guts." "You're too weak. I'm not interested." Lin Xian still shook his head. "Fuck, I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you." Yu Qianya had completely lost his mind. He was too weak? Not interested? Damned brat. What are you pretending for? He was a 4th heavenly layer sage. Even though he was suppressing his cultivation state right now, he had comprehended the mystic skills on the heaven steel. He could definitely take down the other party. The surrounding people's mouths twitched. They didn't expect Lin Xian to directly reject them. He really didn't give them any face. "Brat, if you don't dare, then quickly kneel down and kowtow to me. With me as your superior, I can consider sparing your life." Yu Qianya was extremely arrogant. Lin Xian finally sighed. "I've rejected you twice, which is equivalent to saving your life twice. I've given you 2 chances. However, you didn't cherish them and even dared to provoke me. Since you want to be eliminated so badly, fine, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian walked out, and the others retreated. The 4 peerless city martial artists formed a seal with their palms, forming an array in the arena. Then they stood on one side. There was only one rule, and that was no killing. "All right, it's starting now. Yu Qianya, you should feel lucky that the rule here is that no killing is allowed." Otherwise, if you fought with me, I'm afraid you would die 10 times in a second. Damned brat, don't be so arrogant. Go to hell. Yu Qianya was really mad. The other party's previous disregard and the current disdain was something he, as a genius, couldn't tolerate. Heaven-piercing finger. He raised his finger and pointed forward. Suddenly, the laws of heaven and earth surged, and thunder roared. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. What kind of mystic skill is this? I know, this is one of the mystic skills on the heaven steel. It's the heaven-piercing finger. Many people screamed. They had tried to comprehend the heaven-piercing finger before, but they couldn't comprehend it completely. They didn't expect Yu Qianya to be so talented to be able to use the heaven-piercing finger. Even the other geniuses of the 8 great geniuses exclaimed in shock. This Yu Qianya was incredible. If given a chance, he might be able to improve again. Oh, the mystic skill on the heaven steel? However, you haven't mastered it yet. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand, and a sword made of laws appeared. He held the sword and slashed forward. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying sword chi filled the air. Everyone felt their bodies tremble. In the next moment, they saw the sword chi transform into a giant ice bear, roaring at the sky. It could freeze everything with a wave of its hand. What kind of sword technique is this? It's too terrifying. Many people were shocked. Some of the top geniuses were also shocked. There was no such technique on the heaven steel. Indeed, they had comprehended the heaven steel, but they didn't see such a sword technique. Suddenly, someone screamed. It's not one of the 12 heaven steels. It's one of the 10 Xian steels. I know. It's called the Sword of 100 Battles.
What?
The sword technique on the 108 Xian steels. Heavens, isn't that the weakest mystic skill? What is this Lin Wudy doing? He wants to use the mystic steel's mystic skill to fight against the heaven steel's mystic skill? Isn't this hitting a stone with an egg? Everyone went crazy. In their knowledge, the heaven steel's mystic skill was the strongest, and the Xian steel's mystic skill was the weakest. The only thing that could fight against the heaven steel's mystic skill was another heaven steel's mystic skill. But now Lin Wudy actually took out a mystic steel's mystic skill to fight against the heaven steel's mystic skill. Gui Li sneered. So, he's an idiot. I want to play with him, but now I don't have any interest. Di Ling snorted. Such a person, and I'm treating him as my opponent. What a joke. The first place of the second round will be mine. Yu Qinya laughed loudly. He laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He doesn't know what's good for him. He dares to fight against me with such a mystic steel's mystic skill? His eyes were filled with killing intent. Even if he couldn't kill his opponent, he had to severely injure him. He wanted to torture his opponent until he wished he was dead. The heaven-piercing finger was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could pierce a hole in the sky. It was too easy to kill his opponent. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Not only him, but everyone else was also stunned. The ice aura on the ice field giant bear directly sealed the heaven-piercing finger. Not only that, the ice field giant bear rushed over with its powerful physique and directly slammed into Yu Qianya's body.
Bang.
Yu Qianya was pushed back. With a bang, a huge crack spread. Yu Qianya was also pushed back. He spat out blood, and a thick layer of frost appeared on his body. Chapter 36-62.
What?
Yu Qianya was pushed back, and the surrounding people were stunned. How was that possible? The Mystic Tablet Divine Ability had fought against the Divine Tablet Divine Ability and won. Could it be that Lin Wudy had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical? Damn it! What the hell was Yu Qianya doing? Gui Li frowned. Di Ling sneered. Don't worry, that was just the first move. Maybe Yu Qianya was careless, but if he got serious, that kid would definitely die. Yu Qianya stopped in his tracks. His face was terrifyingly gloomy, and his handsome face had turned malevolent. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you. Careless. He was indeed careless. He thought that his opponent's divine ability was weak, but he did not expect his opponent to have some tricks up his sleeves. Kid, you're not bad to be able to cultivate the Mystic Tablet Divine Ability to such a level, but this is your upper limit. My Divine Tablet Divine Ability is not something you can compare to. I'll definitely kill you with my next move. Next move? You still want to kill me? What a joke. I'll defeat you with this move, and you'll be eliminated and become an honorary disciple. Lin Xian's lips curled up in disdain. From the beginning, he had never thought of Yu Qianya as an opponent. The others felt their scalps go numb when they heard that. That move was enough to defeat Yu Qianya? Indeed, it was not over yet. The Sword of 100 Battles could transform into 15 types of beasts, and the move would only be over when the beasts disappeared. Someone who had cultivated the same sword skill quickly explained. When the others heard this, they understood that the Icefield giant bear was still there, which meant that this move was not over yet. Could it be that Lin Wudy wanted to use this move to defeat one of the 8 great prodigies? You still want to defeat me? Dream on. Yuchinya was really mad. He waved his finger, and it was like a heavenly sword piercing through the sky. The heaven-breaking finger was once again used, and it was surrounded by terrifying laws and the power of heaven and earth.
Shred.
Shred. Shred. Lin Xian waved his sword and roared 3 times. Suddenly, the giant bear in front of him went berserk. His body grew twice as big as a mountain, and the icy aura around him became even more terrifying. With a wave of the bear's paw, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Streaks of spatial energy shot out one after another, filling the air. He roared, his eyes completely red as he attacked Yuchinya. Yuchinya's heaven-breaking finger directly hit the head of the Icefield giant bear, shattering its skull. However, this was not a real demonic beast. Instead, it was formed from a sword chi. Although it had lost its head, it was still capable of attacking. His bare paw ruthlessly slapped Yuchinya's body, causing Yuchinya to vomit blood. Damn it, block it for me. Yuchinya clenched his teeth and roared. However, in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, he was unable to use some of his abilities and physique. He could only rely on the heaven-piercing finger to defend himself. However, before he could unleash the 3rd heaven-piercing finger, his body was torn apart. Saintly blood gushed out madly, and he screamed in pain as he flew backwards.
Ah!
Miserable cries rang out, making people's scalps go numb. Everyone was stunned. Silence reigned between heaven and earth. What did they see? Yuchinya was defeated.
He had really lost.
He was defeated by a single sword strike. Lin Wudy was too strong. One sword strike, using the Xian Monument's divine ability to defeat the Tian Monument's divine ability. This was a heaven-defying move. At this moment, the 8 great geniuses all gasped for breath. Those who were comprehending the innate techniques of the heavenly steel all had extremely heavy expressions on their faces. If they encountered this sword, would they be able to withstand it? What was going on with this Lin Wudy? Some of the people who were comprehending the sword of 100 battles were terrified. What was going on? Was the sword art they had comprehended so powerful? One had to know that even a 10th of their strength would be considered formidable. However, why was Lin Wudy able to display such a powerful might? Could it be that this was the difference in talent? Thinking of this, their faces were filled with despair. The 4 warriors from Wushuang City were also surprised. Their eyes shone with a strange light. As expected of Lin Wudy, as expected of the heaven-defying monster who set the record for the first trial. To be able to display the power of the sword of 100 battles to such an extent, he was probably the only one. A person walked out and said in a deep voice, "In this battle, Lin Wudy had won and Yuchinya had lost. He had been eliminated and was now an unnamed disciple."
No.
Damn it. I haven't lost. I still have the strength to fight.
No.
You can't do this to me. Yuchinya screamed like a madman. He had been eliminated and was now an unnamed disciple? What a joke. He was one of the 8 great geniuses, and he had the confidence to win this round. But now he had actually lost. If he went out, how could he face the others? He still wanted to struggle, but the people from Wushuang City waved their sleeves and formed an array to teleport Yuchinya away. Those who had lost were not qualified to be here. Outside the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, Yuchinya's figure appeared. His broken body had healed in an instant. The suppression of his cultivation base was gone, and he had completely recovered his cultivation base of a level 4 sage. With a roar, heaven and earth shook. I can't accept this. He really couldn't accept this. But what could he do? It was not his turn to behave atrociously here. If he did not follow the rules, the people from Wushuang City would kill him instantly. Damn it, that kid will definitely be eliminated. Not only did he offend me, but he also offended Di Ling. With Di Ling's means and thoughts, he would definitely eliminate him. Yuchinya calmed down. He wanted to see that kid being eliminated with his own eyes. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. Inside the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, everyone was still in a state of great shock. They did not expect that one of the 8 great geniuses would be eliminated in such a way. Lin Xian kept his sword of laws and relaxed his shoulders. I already said that he was not my opponent, and I had already spared him twice. But this kid is courting death. You can't blame me. Everyone's mouth twitched. Who would have thought that you were telling the truth? They all thought that you were just pretending. Who would have thought that you were so powerful? For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with a strange expression. Shi Fan, Zi Tiancheng, and the others' mouths twitched. To be honest, they had also planned to challenge Lin Wuti, but now it seemed that they should forget about it. If they did not handle it well, they might be eliminated directly. That would be a huge loss of face. Yuchinya was an idiot. He was not strong enough and could not comprehend it, but it did not mean that the Divine Steel's ability was not powerful. At this moment, Di Ling spoke. He was also comprehending the Divine Steel's ability, so he naturally had to protect the power of the Divine Steel. Yes, that's right. Yuchinya did not comprehend the essence of the Divine Steel's ability. A few people agreed. Oh, so you have comprehended the essence of the Divine Steel's ability? Why don't you fight with me? Let me see how far you have comprehended it. Lin Xian stared at Di Ling. This person had also provoked him time and time again. If there was a chance, he would not mind eliminating him in advance. Thank you for your recommendation, monthly votes, and rewards. 5th update. Please support me. Chapter 36-63. Lin Xian stared at Di Ling, ready to eliminate him. Everyone was excited. They did not expect that Lin Xian would fight with Di Ling first. The two of them would fight. If they fought, then one of them would be eliminated. It was unbelievable. Even Wang Xiaofeng and the people of Stillwater Sky City were shocked. To be honest, if there was no special hatred between the 8 geniuses, they would avoid this kind of elimination and try to enter the next round. Then they would fight for the ranking. But now, Di Ling and Lin Xian were going to fight. I'm not afraid of you. I've been wanting to eliminate you for a long time. Di Ling also stood out. He was very unhappy that Lin Xian got first place in the first round. Now Lin Xian dared to provoke him. This made him feel that Lin Xian was dead meat. Kid, you think you can be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated Yuchinya? You're too naive. Yuchinya, that trash, didn't understand much of the essence. I'll tell you, I'm the most heaven-defying one. The Divine Steel's divine ability that I comprehended is definitely not something you can imagine. Don't be so full of yourself, otherwise, when you're eliminated, you'll only be slapped in the face. Lin Xian sneered. The others retreated, leaving only the 2 of them. At this moment, more than 10,000 people were completely excited. They were about to witness a shocking battle. What kind of divine ability did the 2 of them comprehend? Did Lin Wuti know how to use such a low-level divine ability? No, Lin Wuti, other than the sword of 100 battles, he also comprehended the Divine Steel's divine ability, but the time he spent on it was very short, only a month. And the Divine Steel's divine ability that he comprehended was the same as Di Ling's. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. The 2 of them comprehended the same divine ability. This was too unbelievable, but the time difference between the 2 of them was twice as long. Lin Xian, was he Di Ling's opponent?
Buzz.
Di Ling stood there. A terrifying aura of heaven and earth appeared on his body. His eyes were like lightning. The aura of the entire space became condensed. His palms formed a seal. A law flew out from his fingertips, and then he shouted.
Boom. Boom.
A large crack appeared in the sky, and then an illusory figure walked out of it. It was a headless warrior. He wore tattered armor and held a broken sword in his hand. His aura was unparalleled. Heavens, what is this thing? What kind of divine ability was this? Everyone went crazy.
They didn't expect this.
This was called the Spirit Summoning Incantation. It could be used to summon powerful heroic spirits from the void of the universe. Dealing's cold voice was heard. The more profound one's cultivation was, the stronger the summoned spirit would be. Kid, let's see how you're going to compete with me. After he finished speaking, he shouted angrily. Another figure walked out. This was also a heroic spirit. He held a long saber in his hand, and his aura was unparalleled. The two heroic spirits circled around in the sky, carrying mountains of corpses and seas of blood. These two must have been incredible saints when they were alive. Even if he had been dead for so long, his heroic spirit could still be summoned. Brat, let's see how you can be compared to me. Dealing's lips curled into a cold smile. He was very confident in himself. The people from Wushuang City frowned. They had to admit that Dealing was very powerful. He could summon 2 heroic spirits in 3 months. How was Lin Wudi going to compete with him? Was he going to use the same spirit summoning incantation as Dealing, or was he going to use the Sword of 100 Battles?
Or was he going to use the Psychic Hand?
Could he summon 2 heroic spirits? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Looks like you're stronger than that trash, Yu Qianya. Alright, I'll play with you. As he spoke, Lin Xian's fingers began to form a series of hand seals. In the next moment, his expression became serious. His eyes were like divine swords, looking in all directions. He also knew the spirit summoning incantation. Crack, crack, crack. A large vortex appeared in the sky. Then, an illusory figure appeared. It was a warhorse. Everyone was shocked. The first to walk out of the vortex was a warhorse. It was tall and big, and it was obviously a powerful beast. There was a person sitting on the warhorse. It was a horseman, a headless horseman. He held a long spear in his hand, and his murderous aura was unparalleled. Everyone was shocked to see this. After waiting for a long time, they were surprised to find that there was only a headless horseman riding a warhorse. Other than that, there was no one else. Could it be that Lin Wudi could only summon one of them? If so, how could Lin Wudi be Dealing's opponent?
Ha ha ha.
Dealing laughed arrogantly. You've really disappointed me. I didn't expect you to only summon one. With your strength, you dare to be arrogant in front of me? I advise you to obediently kneel down, kowtow, and admit your mistake. Dealing's eyes were filled with disdain. 2 against 1. There was no way he would lose. Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. You're really arrogant. Do you really think you're going to win? Some things can't be decided by quantity. Is that so? You've only comprehended it for 1.5 months. Can you compare with me who comprehended it for 3 months? I'll let you die today. Dealing sneered. The 2 heroic spirits he summoned quickly charged over. On the other side, the headless horseman rode a warhorse and charged at the same speed. The long spear in his hand pierced out. The void kept shattering, and the heaven and earth kept rumbling. Everyone retreated. At the same time, they widened their eyes, not wanting to miss any details. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 heroic spirits charged out forcefully, causing the warhorse to neigh nonstop. However, the headless horseman's figure was very tall and straight. The long spear in his hand was like lightning. With one strike, the heaven and earth shattered. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. The 4 warriors from Wushuang City were even more shocked. How was this possible? Their faces were filled with shock. Dealing was even more shocked. Impossible! He screamed. He found that the 2 heroic spirits he summoned were pierced through by the opponent's spear and nailed to the void.
Boom.
The long spear shook and directly tore the 2 heroic spirits apart. In the end, the 2 heroic spirits turned into spiritual energy and dissipated in the sky. Are the 2 heroic spirits very powerful? Do you really think that this matter can be won by quantity? I've said it before. You're no match for me. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Wudi was already so powerful. He only used 1.5 months to comprehend, and the heroic spirits he summoned were stronger than Di-Ling in 3 months. It was really too unbelievable. Di-Ling's face was filled with madness. His face was distorted. Impossible. I don't believe it. How can your talent be stronger than mine?
He had completely collapsed.
What the hell was going on? Chapter 36-64. Those were the 2 hero spirits that he had summoned. They were so powerful, but they were destroyed by the other party in one blow. It was unbelievable. Was the other party really more talented than him? One of his hero spirits could defeat 2 of his hero spirits. I don't believe it.
Die.
Di-Ling formed a seal again, wanting to summon his hero spirits. At the same time, he charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the headless horseman brandished his spear and slashed at Di-Ling. This attack seemed to be able to split everything apart. Di-Ling was shocked and quickly retreated. As soon as he left, a spatial crack appeared where he was standing. It was a shocking sight. One had to admit that the headless horseman was too powerful. In the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, with his cultivation suppressed, the headless horseman could kill anything in his way. Sure enough, after that, the Imperial Mausoleum was hunted down. He didn't have time to form a seal at all because the headless horseman was too fast and too powerful. If he delayed for a moment, his body would probably be pierced through. Damn it! Di-Ling roared as he ran. He had never been chased by anyone before. The people around him were all stunned. Heavens, was this still Di-Ling? Was this still the high and mighty place of the 8 prodigies? At this moment, Di-Ling was in an extremely sorry state. He was like a stray dog that had nowhere to run.
Buzz.
Finally, the headless horseman exploded. The warhorse under his feet roared and turned into a stream of light. The spear in his hand directly enveloped Di-Ling. Damn it. Block it for me. Di-Ling roared, but the spear still pierced through his body. Drip, drip. Fresh blood flowed down the spear and fell into the void. It was like thunder, making people's hearts beat wildly. Di-Ling was injured. He tried so hard to dodge, but he was still injured. It couldn't be helped. The headless horseman was too strong. If they were outside, his cultivation wouldn't be suppressed, and he would be able to use his mystique. Di-Ling wouldn't be injured. But here, under these rules, Di-Ling couldn't resist. He felt his entire body go numb. This spear had made him lose the ability to fight. His eyes were burning as he screamed at the sky. Damn it! Lin Xian walked over and looked down at the other party. What, you're not convinced? We had a fair fight. What are you unhappy about? Indeed, everyone was silent. If Lin Xian had used a saint artifact or some other trump card to win, then they might not have been convinced. But now, this was an absolutely fair environment. If he lost, then he lost. There was no excuse. Go to hell. Di-Ling suddenly became furious. He waved his hand, and a beam of light flew out. It was a chain of law. However, it was easily dodged by Lin Xian. What? You still want to plot against me? He didn't know the difference between life and death. With a cold snort, the headless horseman's spear trembled and directly shattered Di-Ling's body into pieces. Everyone swallowed their saliva. This was already a serious injury, right?
Ah!
Di-Ling screamed. If it weren't for the fact that I can't kill you, you would have died 1,000 times over by now. How dare you sneak attack me? Lin Xian stepped on Di-Ling's head. The headless horseman's warhorse stepped on the dismembered body. Di-Ling was so angry that he vomited blood. When had he ever been treated like this? This was humiliation. He was unwilling, but he really couldn't resist now. Damn brat. If we fought outside, you wouldn't be my opponent at all. Put away your pride. You are more than 1,000 years older than me. Of course, you have the advantage outside. Moreover, you can borrow other powers. For example, the mysterious coffin in your body that doesn't belong to you. These don't represent your own power. Do you understand? Also, do you really think that you can beat me outside? You have a trump card, do you think I don't? Therefore, don't be arrogant outside. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state. As Lin Xian spoke, he stomped down hard on Di Ling's head, causing it to creak. Di Ling was so angry that he couldn't speak. He could only vomit blood to express his anger. The people of Wushuang City walked out and said loudly, "In this battle, Lin Wudi won. Di Ling lost and was eliminated. He was now a registered disciple." With a wave of his hand, the array teleported Di Ling's body out. Looking at the blood on the ground, everyone felt numb. Di Mausoleum was defeated and eliminated. This was earth-shattering news, because they never thought that Di Ling would be defeated. One had to know that in countless people's guesses, Di Ling was the favorite to win the championship. But now, this favorite to win the championship was eliminated in the second round. Outside the Copper Sparrow Terrace, Yu Qianya was alone there, anxiously waiting. He guessed that Di Ling would make a move at this time, because Di Ling couldn't tolerate such a powerful person. Indeed, he felt the fluctuation of the void. Someone was teleported out. It seemed that someone was eliminated again. It must be that brat. Yu Qianya revealed a sinister smile. He secretly used his power, preparing to show his strength to his opponent. It would be best if he could injure him. In the next moment, a light flashed. His raised hand froze in midair. The sinister smile on his face also froze. It was Di Ling. How could it be? His heart was about to explode. Damn it! Di Ling came out. Was he eliminated like him? At this moment, Yu Qianya's mind was blank. In his opinion, Di Ling was the strongest and incomparable. No one could beat him. But now, Di Ling was eliminated by someone else. Who was it? Could it be that brat did it? He couldn't believe it. As soon as Di Ling came out, he roared towards the sky. The late-stage level 4 power in his body instantly exploded. With a boom, Yu Qianya was directly sent flying and vomited blood.
Ah!
Damn Lin Wudi. I will tear you into pieces. I will not rest until you die. Di Ling screamed crazily. The 9 heavens were collapsing, and the earth was trembling. At this moment, he was really angry. He couldn't wait to kill his way back to the Copper Sparrow Terrace and tear his opponent into pieces. Yu Qianya stood up from afar, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was full of fear. Lin Wudi, it was really Lin Wudi who did it? Damn it, what trick did this guy use to eliminate Di Ling as well? How did you lose?
He leaned forward and asked.
Di Ling turned his head, his eyes bursting with cold light, almost sending Yu Qianya flying again. I did not lose. It was that brat who was despicable. If we stood outside, I could kill him with one hand. Di Ling's murderous aura was too sharp. What *T fair battle. His strength was his strength. Where did the suppression of the laws come from? At this moment, he was extremely dissatisfied with Peerless City. In the Copper Sparrow Terrace, everyone was still in a state of great shock and had yet to recover from the shock. Lin Xian took action twice and eliminated 2 of the 8 great prodigies. This scene made everyone's hair stand on end. One could imagine what kind of storm it would cause if this news spread out. Chapter 30, 665. Di Ling was finally eliminated. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Who would be next? He turned his gaze, and wherever his gaze passed, those people would tremble in fear. Suddenly, Lin Xian's gaze paused as he stared at Ghostly. The corners of his mouth curled up again. Ghostly took 2 steps back and laughed dryly. Young Master Lin must be tired after fighting twice. Why don't you take a break and let the others fight? Is that so? I'm not tired. The first time, I killed a piece of trash with 1 move. The second time, I let the spirit kill 0. I haven't even fought yet. Why don't you fight with me again? Ghostly was about to cry when he heard that. The others also gasped. Fuck, he wants to fight again. Does he want to fight all 5 rounds? If that's the case, a few more geniuses would be eliminated. Gui Li's expression became extremely ugly. His face was originally extremely pale. At this moment he was about to cry. He looked like a clown from hell. I don't think I've offended young Master Lin, Ghostly said with difficulty. Lin Xian smiled. You haven't offended me? Who was the one who cooperated with Di Ling and mocked me? Do you think I'm stupid? I'll give you a chance. Hurry up and fight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Fuck this guy. Ghostly cursed in his heart. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would really fight him. Does he want to offend the 8 geniuses? However, he knew that he didn't threaten him anymore. Those who threatened Lin Xian, such as Di Ling and Yu Qianya, ended up in a miserable state. If he continued to threaten him, it would be a fight to the death. Hence, he could only admit defeat and stand up. All right, please enlighten me, young Master Lin. Ghostly stood up. His eyes were shining with a black light, and his body was surrounded by ghost energy. He seemed to have turned into a ghost from hell.
Buzz.
He appeared in front of Lin Xian in an instant. A black ghost sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed towards Lin Xian's heart. What a fast speed! The surrounding people exclaimed. They didn't expect Ghostly to have such a movement skill when his cultivation was suppressed. Lin Xian was also surprised. It seemed that this Ghostly was really going all out from the start. His figure swayed, turning into a phantom as he dodged quickly. He dodged the sword, but the pitch-black sword was extremely terrifying. Beams of sword light enveloped him. This was the 9 Nether Sword Art, a sword art of the Heavenly Monument. Someone screamed. It was the Divine Steel's divine ability again. How was Lin Xian going to block it? Ghostly's speed was extremely fast, and so was the 9 Serenities sword technique. He didn't give Lin Xian any chance at all. The others could also see that if Lin Xian didn't have a chance to summon his heroic spirit, it would be very dangerous, because it was very difficult for other divine abilities to fight against Ghostly. Just when everyone thought that Lin Xian was about to be suppressed, Lin Xian let out a long roar. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. His hands split open the sky and collided with the 9 Serenities sword art. What? Was he crazy? Did that kid not want to live anymore? He actually wanted to use his physique to fight against the 9 Serenities sword art? Damn it, did he think that he was outside? If he was outside and his divine ability wasn't suppressed, then it might be possible to fight against the 9 Serenities sword art. But now, all of his divine abilities couldn't be used. Even his cultivation was suppressed to the first heaven. Would a first heaven sage dare to fight against such a sword art? They definitely wouldn't dare to. But Lin Xian was different. So, what if he was suppressed to the first heaven? His divine body of the first heaven wasn't something that these people could imagine. So with a long roar, he directly faced it head-on. With a boom, his fist and the 9 Serenities sword collided, producing a sonorous sound. The 9 Serenities sword art trembled from the impact, and Lin Xian kept retreating. What a terrifying sword art! He was shocked. However, he smiled, because his qi and blood were tumbling, but he wasn't injured. What? How was that possible? Everyone who saw this scene went crazy. In their opinion, Lin Xian would definitely be cut in half by the sword. But Lin Xian was actually unharmed. What kind of physique was this? Was this the physique of a first heaven sage? They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Ghostly's face also became ugly again. Previously, when he saw the other party charging recklessly, he thought that the other party was an idiot. Who would have thought that the other party's physique was far beyond his imagination? So, after this attack, his arm was numb. Now, he hadn't recovered yet. On the other side, Lin Xian used the illusory spirit spell, and the headless warrior was summoned by him again. Ghost Li's soul scattered. He didn't dare to fight against this knight, and could only look for an opportunity to attack Lin Xian. After dozens of moves, he was still swept in the back by the headless knight's spear. His whole body was directly blasted out, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. I admit defeat. Ghostly directly admitted defeat because he knew that if they continued fighting, it would be difficult for him to win. Perhaps his outcome would be the same as Di Ling's, beaten to pieces. If not for Di Ling's battle, he might have fought with his life on the line. But when he saw that even Di Ling wasn't the other party's match, he completely gave up. This person was too monstrous. Ghostly admitted defeat and was directly eliminated and became an in-name disciple. The array flickered, and he was also transported out. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Ghostly, an existence second only to Di Ling, was defeated at this moment. This Lin Wuti was really too strong. There was no good ending for going against the other party. Lin Xian attacked 3 times in a row, knocking 3 out of the 8 geniuses out of the way. The other party still had 2 chances. Would the other party still attack? The other few of the 8 great prodigies were also, facing a great enemy. They wanted to go against Lin Xian, but they had no chance of winning at all. However, Lin Xian didn't have the intention to attack again. He attacked 3 times because these 3 people provoked him one after another. Especially Yu Qianya and Di Ling, they both had killing intent towards him. He naturally wanted to eliminate such people. As for the others, he wasn't interested. In other words, these people were no longer a threat to him. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't attack, those experts, such as Stillwater Sky City's Sherbufan and the others, all heaved a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. If the other party attacked, they were afraid that they would be in danger. Next, it was the others' turn. A few of the 8 great prodigies came over and discussed with Xinjingqiu. They wouldn't fight each other, and they would enter the next round together. Xinjingqiu and the others didn't have any enmity, so they naturally agreed. Next, it was the battle between the others. Among them, Xinjingqiu attacked. She faced an expert who was very powerful. He wasn't one of the 8 great prodigies, but he also comprehended the divine steel's divine ability. Xinjingqiu fought with him. Everyone was incomparably shocked when they saw it. Xinjingqiu finally defeated her opponent, which made Stillwater Sky City's Wang Xiaofeng and the others equally shocked. When did Xinjingqiu become so powerful? Her divine steel's divine ability was also so powerful. Chapter 3666. It should be because of Lin Wuti. Don't forget, Lin Wuti and Xinjingqiu both started from the Xian steel. There must be something mysterious about it. Indeed, they spent 3 months to comprehend the divine steel, but it was not as fast as the other party, who spent 1 month. There must be something wrong. But even if there was something mysterious, they couldn't care less. It was too late to think about it now. At this moment, the battles continued. Outside, people were constantly being transported out. Those who came out all failed. Actually, when Ghostly was transported out, Yu Qianya was shocked again. Di Ling's face was also filled with shock. One of his archenemies had also been teleported out. Who was the one who kicked you out? Ghostly snorted. It was that Lin Wuti.
What?
It was him again. Di Ling's eyelids twitched. Yu Qianya's face was also pale. But then he revealed a sinister look. 3 of the 8 great prodigies were beaten out. Among them were the first and second Di Ling and Ghostly. That kid was definitely unlucky. With Di Ling and Ghostly's methods and their background, how could they easily let each other go? One must know that Ghostly was from the evil star, and Di Ling was from the spirit-sealing star. These 2 worlds were extremely famous and terrifying worlds in the second astral boundary. If the people from these 2 worlds knew that Lin Xian had eliminated Di Ling and Ghostly, what would they do? They would definitely go crazy and assassinate Lin Xian. Thinking of this, Yu Qianya revealed a sinister look. But soon he frowned, because he found that Ghostly did not have much killing intent. One must know that when he and Di Ling were transported out, they roared at the sky. Their killing intent shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And when Ghostly came out, other than his face being a little ugly, he did not do anything else. What was going on? Even Di Ling found something wrong. He said, "Are you willing to accept this? So, what if you are not willing? Who told me to provoke the other party?" Ghostly sneered. "Don't tell me you two still want to continue fighting with the other party? Of course. Who does he think he is? How dare he eliminate me? When I come out, I will definitely teach him a lesson." Di Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. After coming out, there was no cultivation suppression. His cultivation was almost 2 heavenly layers higher than the other party. Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill the other party? Yu Qinya also sneered. His cultivation was 1 level higher than his opponent's, so in the real world, he could also kill his opponent. Looking at their expressions, Ghostly shook his head. "That's your business. It has nothing to do with me. I won't do anything to him. At least, I won't assassinate him unless there's a special competition." "Are you admitting defeat?" Di Ling sneered. "I didn't expect you to be so cowardly." Yu Qinya's eyes were also filled with unwillingness. Ghostly said coldly, "You can think whatever you want. Both of you are the young masters of your families. I am different. I climbed up bit by bit from the Malevolence planet. On the Fiend planet, there were schemes and assassinations every day. Sometimes you wouldn't even know how you died. That's why my intuition told me that Lin Wudi was terrifying and that I shouldn't make an enemy out of him. For my future path, I won't make an enemy out of him again." After saying that, Ghostly ignored the two of them and stood there alone with a cold expression. Although he was eliminated the first time, he still had a chance. At most, he could wait for half a year and participate again. At that time, with his strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to succeed. But this Lin Wudi, he couldn't provoke him in the future. Di Ling didn't think so. He was different from Ghostly. He had always been a Heaven's Pride. Moreover, he was a Heaven's Pride from the first heavenly realm. That's why anyone who went against him would be trampled under his feet. Yu Qinya was even more so. He was the young master of the Yu clan. Since he was young, he was the center of everyone's attention. Someone dared to provoke him? He would use everything, even the power of his family, to destroy the other party. Seeing more and more people being eliminated, Yu Qianya's eyes flickered. He came to the side and said, "Brother Di Ling, don't you think this is too unusual? There were too many Heaven's Prides being eliminated. It was unfair to Wushuang City. Wushuang City would lose a lot of geniuses for nothing. Why don't we work together and talk to the elders of Wushuang City? With our status, we can work together with these geniuses and put pressure on them. Maybe." Before Yu Qinya could finish his words, Di Ling's eyes emitted a cold light. He nodded slightly and turned his head. "Are you willing to accept this?" Those people were naturally unwilling. He said, "All right, follow me. We'll go and find the elders of Wushuang City." Di Ling led the crowd and quickly walked towards the distance. A roar sounded. Di Ling, bring many Heaven's Prides to seek an audience with the elders." His voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Soon, 5 pairs of people rushed over. The leading elder came.
"What's going on?"
"What's going on? This is Wushuang City. You can't be so presumptuous." "We don't want to be presumptuous, but some people are too despicable and caused many of the 8 great Heaven's Prides to be eliminated. I think this is also a loss to Wushuang City." The elders who had just arrived were also stunned. Di Ling, Guili, and Yu Qinya were indeed 3 of the 8 great Heaven's Prides. How could they be eliminated? There were also some other Heaven's Prides who were very eye-catching in the first round, but they were all eliminated. That was too unbelievable. For a moment, they frowned. To be honest, they did not expect this to happen because, in their opinion, Di Ling was definitely the favorite to win the championship. Even if he could not become the first disciple, he would definitely be in the top 3. Guili was also very powerful. Yu Qinya was also extraordinary. But now, those people were eliminated. Why don't we discuss it? Someone suggested. However, the elder who participated in the first round shook his head. No, the rules were the rules and they could not be changed. In an instant, The crowd began to discuss spiritedly. Those people that had been eliminated were also begging for another chance. Just as both sides were about to reach a stalemate, a decree descended from the sky. Seeing that, the elders immediately became respectful. The others did not dare to say anything because the aura from the decree was too terrifying. At first glance, one could tell that it was from an extremely terrifying sage. The elders took it respectfully and took a look. Then they gasped. "All right, stop fooling around. Because of the special situation this time, I'll give you a chance. You originally failed and could only take the test half a year later. But this time, it can be brought forward. 3 days later, you can take the test again. If you fail the test, you will be immediately eliminated and leave Wushuang City. If you don't want to, you can take the test half a year later. You can decide what to do." Chapter 36-67. The elders gave 2 paths, and the others' eyes flickered. Those who felt that they weren't too confident all chose to wait half a year before taking the test according to the usual rules. However, people like Di Ling and Yu Qianya decided to wait for the test 3 days later. Fail here? Impossible. They didn't believe that they had to pass the test and participate in the 3rd round. Then, they would kill Lin Wudi with their own strength. Ghostly had no choice. He decided to wait for half a year to avoid Lin Xian. At the same time, there were some geniuses who thought they were strong enough to wait for the test 3 days later. These people were brought to an independent palace and began to recover. They waited for the test 3 days later. As for the others, they became in-name disciples and went to another area. After the geniuses left, the elders frowned. Why did the higher-ups give such an order? They were also greatly surprised. Who knew? Some shook their heads. Maybe it was because too many geniuses were eliminated, or maybe it was because of other reasons. Anyway, no one could guess the higher-ups' intentions. The elders nodded. However, if Di Ling and the others were allowed to enter the 3rd round, the storm would be huge. There were no restrictions in the 3rd round. Maybe that was the higher-ups' intention. Lin Wudi was too dazzling in the first 2 rounds. However, there were specific restrictions in the first 2 rounds. Maybe the higher-ups wanted to refine him. Were they not afraid of going too far? Did he die? Some elders frowned. One had to know that Di Ling, Yu Qianya, and the others were very strong. If they joined forces in the 3rd round, Lin Wudi might be killed. If he died, then so be it. There were countless geniuses in the world, but how many could walk out in the end? Lin Wudi was like that. Di Ling and Yu Qianya were the same. An elder's expression was cold. If we show mercy now, they will be killed by stronger geniuses in the future. The ancient starry sky path was a path of no return. One must be prepared to die. This was a path that could only be walked by stepping on the corpses and blood of countless geniuses. Inside the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, the battle had ended. There were more than 10,000 geniuses left. Only 3,000 remained. The rest were all eliminated. The remaining people were filled with excitement. This was great. They could finally enter the next stage. What's the next round? Someone asked. Shen Jingqiu, Lin Xian, and the rest turned their heads. They were curious about the last round. The last round? It's a real battle. A Wushuang City's martial artist walked out. For the last round, we will send you to the East Spirit World. You will complete your mission. If you return, you will pass the 3rd round and become a disciple of Wushuang City. However, what I want to tell you is that the East Spirit World is a very special place. Not only will the people from Wushuang City be there for the assessment, the people from the other sacred cities will also be there. Furthermore, there would be some powerful demonic beasts that would appear as well. It could be said that it was a world that specialized in training. It was very dangerous inside. If you're unlucky, there were no restrictions. Although there were no restrictions, their lives were still in danger. This was definitely not good news for them. No one wanted to be killed. Some people hesitated. Some asked, What's the mission? Is it dangerous? The mission is for each of you to retrieve 10 East Spirit Stones. East Spirit Stones are unique to the East Spirit world. However, they're not common. You'll need to search carefully. Of course, you can also trade, rob, or assassinate with others. Anyway, it's up to you. As long as you can get 10 East Spirit Stones and return alive, you'll pass. Getting 10 East Spirit Stones by hook or by crook. When they heard this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was so dangerous, even greater than what they had imagined. However, they also knew that this was the only way. After all, they should not cultivate if they were afraid of death. They had been through hundreds of battles and climbed up from countless corpses. Therefore, although they were hesitant, no one backed down. The third round's ranking will be determined according to the time you return. The rankings of the 3 stages added together will be your final ranking. Speaking of this, everyone sighed. The first place of the second round would definitely be Lin Woody again, because no one could surpass him. He was the person who eliminated Di Ling and Ghostly. If no one backs out, then rest for a day and adjust your body. I'll send you to the East Spirit world. Everyone nodded and began to rest. Peerless City's martial artists formed seals with their palms. Instantly, everyone was enveloped. In the next moment, those people exclaimed. They felt a huge and powerful life force entering their bodies. Peerless City was helping them recover.
Great.
They were excited and absorbed with all their might. Under such circumstances, these people recovered in about half a day. For the next half a day, these people closed their eyes and rested. They maintained their peak condition. A day later, these people stood up. Peerless City's martial artists led them out of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion. After walking out, an elder came over and said a few words. The Peerless City's martial artists were stunned. What happened? Lin Xian, Shen Jingqiu, and the rest were puzzled. A Peerless City's martial artist turned around and said, he had just received news that those who were eliminated previously would have an extra chance. 3 days later, they would participate in the assessment. Those who succeed would also enter the third round and compete with you. You must be mentally prepared.
What?
There was such a thing. Many people's faces changed. Di Ling, Ghostly, and the rest would be back. Thinking of this, their scalps tingled. Among them, Bufan, Shui, and Tiancheng looked at Lin Xian with a trace of sympathy in their eyes. Shen Jingqiu also frowned. Brother Lin, you must be careful. I'm afraid those guys will take revenge on you. No worries. Lin Xian was not too concerned. Firstly, it seemed that the East Spirit world was a huge world. It would not be easy to meet. Furthermore, the other party would arrive 3 days later. The situation in the Eastern Spirit world was extremely dangerous. Whether these people could survive or not was another matter. Even if he really met them, would he be afraid of them? Things were getting more and more interesting. He hoped to meet them inside. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. At that time, he would let those people know that even if they were outside, he could still trample on them with his true strength. Alright, I'm just informing you about this. You should think about how to get the 10 pieces of East Spirit Stone and come back alive. The Peerless City's martial artists led the 3,000 people on the road again. Thank you for your monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions, favorites, and tips. Sending 5 chapters. Asking for support. Chapter 3668. Finally, they arrived at a huge square. On the square, there was a flickering array formation. It was extremely ancient and complex. Everyone boarded the array. The warriors of Peerless City activated the array. The array flickered and teleported everyone away. Looking at the departing figures, the eyes of the warriors and elders of Peerless City flickered. One of them sighed, wondering how many of them would be able to return alive. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the power of the array disappeared, Lin Xian opened his eyes. In the next moment, he roared, and the 9 yang divine bodies shone brightly to defend himself. At the same time, he looked around. Where was Qiu? He realized that Shenjingqiu was gone. Not only Shenjingqiu, Shirbufan, but the people of Still Water Sky City were all gone. It seemed that this was not only a spatial teleportation array, but also a random teleportation array. It directly teleported them to various places in this world. It seemed that he could only find Qiu while searching for the East Spirit Stone. Thinking of this, his body swayed, and he wanted to leave. However, at that moment, he stopped. In fact, his expression became incomparably serious. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Above his head, a strong wind blew, and a dark cloud appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was not a dark cloud, but a pair of wings. It was a demonic beast, and its wings covered the sky. The aura on it was really terrifying. Everywhere it passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Damn, this was the East Spirit Realm. Lin Xian's eyes widened. Fuck, this is a powerful demonic beast saint. Not only him, but the others also saw it. After being teleported to the East Spirit Realm, they were ready to search for the East Spirit Stone. But as soon as they moved, they saw one terrifying scene after another. For example, a divine ape that could kick 2 mountains away with a little force. A demonic wolf that could make the stars fall from the sky with a roar. There was also a giant python that could swallow half the sky with its mouth open. This scene stunned all of the sages who were taking the test. Damn it, what kind of place had they come to? These people were really terrified. Let's hurry up and find 10 East Spirit Stones and go back. The people scattered around the world began to move. After leaving those powerful demonic beasts, they heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. A cold light burst out from the eyes of one of them. He soared into the sky, wanting to leave this place. But at this time, an emerald green poisonous snake suddenly appeared on the tree and coiled around his neck. It bit him. Immediately, his body turned black and he fell to the ground, twitching nonstop. This poison was extremely terrifying. Even if this person was a 3rd heaven saint, he could not withstand it. In the end, he could only escape with his soul, screaming as he fled. This was not the only case. At least 5 or 6 people were attacked in an instant. It couldn't be helped. These people still didn't know enough about this place. It was obvious that they had been careless. Xian also frowned. This was truly a terrifying place. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked around before quickly leaving. However, at this moment, the ground beneath his feet also cracked open and a claw swiped towards his leg. He wanted to crush his leg. Lin Xian laughed coldly. He had long since noticed that something was amiss. Seeing his opponent attack, he stamped his foot.
Boom.
The earth trembled as the claw was shattered into pieces. There was a roar from the ground, and a huge creature rushed out. It was a rat. Of course, it was not an ordinary rat. It was a beast saint. The purple fur all over its body shone brightly. Strands of laws surrounded it, and the shattered claw quickly healed. In its emerald green eyes, there was a terrifying murderous intent. With a roar, it rushed over. Obviously, it wanted to tear the human who injured it to pieces. Scram! Lin Xian roared and kicked out like a coiling dragon.
Boom.
When they collided, an earth-shattering sound was heard, followed by a scream. Then, the huge purple rat was sent flying. Its bones were shattered, and many cracks appeared on its body. Its eyes were filled with fear. Damn it! What was wrong with this human? Why was his physique so strong? One had to know that it was not an ordinary rat. It was a mutated species of earth demon rat. Its cultivation had reached the 3rd heaven. It was a 3rd heaven beast saint. In its opinion, killing a human of the same level was a piece of cake. But now it could not do so. The other party's physique was too strong. Beast saints were not idiots. They had great wisdom and were not inferior to humans at all. Their physiques were stronger than humans. At this moment, after knowing that it was no match for Lin Xian, it immediately burrowed into the ground, wanting to escape. You want to leave?
Can you?
Lin Xian sneered. With a stomp of his foot, a huge crack spread forward. The entire ground was trampled into a canyon by him. The earth demon rat underground was also shaken out. It burrowed deeper into the ground desperately. You still don't want to come out? In that case, don't blame me. Lin Xian sneered, took out the Great Destruction Spear, and stabbed it into the ground. The Great Destruction Spear was a sacred artifact. It grew infinitely and pierced through the ground. In the next moment, a miserable cry came from the depths of the ground. Lin Xian waved the Great Destruction Spear with force. The ground cracked open, and the Great Destruction Spear was retrieved from the ground. There was a purple phantom on the spear. It was the Earth Demon Rat. At this moment, it was pierced by the Great Destruction Spear, and its face was filled with fear. Don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. This huge beast spoke in human language, its face filled with fear. To be honest, he was cursing in his heart. Damn it, he had kicked a metal plate. He originally thought that this was a hothead, a new prey. Who knew that the other party was so powerful? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Don't kill you? Sure, it depends on whether you have value or not. Yes, I do. The Earth Demon Rat hurriedly nodded. Young master, you should be a cultivator who just entered the East Spirit World. I'm quite familiar with the terrain here. I can be your guide. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had just arrived here and was indeed unfamiliar with the place. If there was a demon saint who could lead the way for him, it would be much more convenient. But why should I believe you? If I let you go, what if you run away or counterattack me? Otherwise, I'll plant a restriction in your body. What? Plant a restriction? Wouldn't that be at the mercy of others? The Earth Demon Rat was 100% unwilling. He said, with my little strength, what tricks can I play in front of you? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Come on, you demons are born cunning. I'll give you two options now. First, I'll plant a restriction in you and make you listen to me during this period. Second, I'll kill you now and collect your soul. You choose. I choose the first option. The Earth Demon Rat did not want to die and could only helplessly. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, your choice is very correct. I won't control you for too long. I'm only in this East Spirit World for a trial. After I'm done with the trial, I'll let you go. Chapter 3669. Okay, I hope you keep your word. The Earth Fiend Demonic Rat had no choice but to accept this condition. Lin Xian planted a restriction in the other party's mind. As long as the other party dared to betray him, he could immediately kill the other party. Then, he put away the Spear of Great Destruction. The other party quickly recovered and said at the same time, "What do you want to ask?" "Ask away." Lin Xian said, "Do you know the East Spirit Stone? Where can I get it?" East Spirit Stone? The Earth Fiend Demonic Rat was stunned, and then the corners of its mouth twitched. It seemed that, young master, you are the disciple of the Holy City's assessment. Oh, do you know? Lin Xian nodded. He knew that many holy cities required the East Spirit Stone for the assessment. However, there weren't many of these things, and they weren't easy to obtain.
Cut the crap.
Where is it? Tell me, lead the way, and tell me about the situation here. Okay, the Earth Fiend Demonic Rat had no choice. Its life was in the other party's hands now, and it couldn't resist. He said, "Let's talk as we walk." As it spoke, its body began to shrink, and in the end, it was only the size of a fist. It was very cute. It jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder and said, "Fly east." Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he flew at a low altitude. At this time, Little White also flew out. He came to Lin Xian's other shoulder, looked at the Earth Fiend Demonic Rat, and said, "Oh, I've taken in another underling." Lin Xian smiled and rubbed Little White's head. The earth fiend demonic rat was unhappy. Underling? Underling my ass. Damn monkey. It roared, and a terrifying demon saint aura surged out. It was a third firmament demon. Could it not scare a little monkey to death? However, Little White only dug its ears. Yah, so noisy. Then, its furry little claws slapped over and slapped the earth fiend demonic rat's head. The earth fiend demonic rat was dizzy and fainted. A few seconds later, it came back to its senses. In the next moment, it looked at Little White with a face full of fear. Damn it, what a strange monkey. At the same time, it was shocked. Wow, even a monkey was so difficult to deal with. This person was too strange. It was better not to provoke them. He chuckled. Brother Monkey, I'm your new little brother. What kind of spirit fruit do you want to eat? Tell me, and I'll bring you to find it later. Earth fiend demonic rat appeared to be fawning on the surface, but it was extremely depressed in its heart. It was a third firmament demon sage, an overlord of an area. But at this moment, he was reduced to being a lackey. Yeah, I want to eat angel fruit, Karen fruit. Little White listed out the names of many fruits. The corner of the earth fiend demonic rat's mouth twitched after hearing this, and it almost vomited blood. How is this a spirit fruit? This was simply a miraculous elixir. How could it be here? He could only play dumb and stop responding. Instead, he began to guide Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he quickly flew forward. Suddenly, a huge hand reached out from the mountains and slapped towards him. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. The mountain shattered, and the earth cracked. This slap was really terrifying. Lin Xian was directly hit. The earth fiend demonic rat was so scared that it peed its pants. It thought that it was definitely going to die, but it didn't expect Lin Xian to release countless sword chi and block this attack. Although it was sent flying, it didn't suffer too much injury.
Buzz.
Lin Xian rushed into the sky and came to the void. He looked into the distance and frowned. Damn it, someone was sneaking up on him. No, to be precise, it wasn't a human, but a demonic beast that was sneaking up on him. What was this? Lin Xian asked. The earth fiend demonic rat took a look and felt its scalp go numb. It was a lightning beast. Let's take a detour quickly. Why, is it very powerful? Lin Xian asked. Of course, it's very powerful. Moreover, it's not a native demonic beast of the East spirit world. It's from outside. What did it mean? Lin Xian was even more surprised. The earth fiend demonic rat said, Didn't I say that Sister Dongling is a trial ground? In addition to your sacred city, other sacred cities, as well as major forces and families, will also send disciples and experts here. This lightning beast came in from outside for the trial. They should be from the Demon City. Demon City. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. In that case, it should also be a sacred city. The earth fiend demonic rat nodded. That's right, it was indeed a sacred city, and it was the sacred city of the demon race. There were no humans inside, only demons and other 10,000 ancient races. They were very powerful and brutal. In the East spirit world, they even specialized in hunting humans. This lightning beast was not only from the Lightning Clan, but also from the Demon City. So we can't provoke it. Let's take a detour. Someone from the Demon Cities? Interesting. Lin Xian smiled. What's there to be afraid of? You and Xiao Bai watch from the side. I'll go and meet him. Lin Xian was too excited. To be honest, the previous two trials were indeed novel to him, but the battles were not satisfying. Especially in the second round, people like Di Ling, Ghostly, and the others were no longer his opponents. He needed to find a new opponent. He did not expect to meet people from other sacred cities as soon as he entered. How could he not be excited? Only by constantly fighting could he break through his limits again and again. So Lin Xian's target was this lightning beast. The lightning beast also walked out of the mountain range, surrounded by lightning. Especially its eyes, which were even more terrifying and carried a terrifying aura. Wherever its gaze passed, the void was constantly shattered. Human ants, come here and die. His voice was filled with endless majesty. Come here, but you're the one who's going to die. Lin Xian's right hand swept out. It was as if a part of the world was surrounded by the 5 elemental laws. He directly slapped over. Before his palm landed, the mountain range in front of him kept shattering. It could not withstand this force at all. You're courting death. The lightning beast was furious. The other party dared to attack him. He was courting death. He opened his mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning. This was the art of lightning. It flickered with an unparalleled light, like a heavenly sword that could destroy everything in the world. In his opinion, an early-stage third heaven sage would definitely not be able to withstand his attack.
Boom.
The 5 elemental palm collided with the light of thunder. A thunderous sound was heard, and the entire forest area was completely destroyed. Countless demonic beasts fled. They knew that there were 2 behemoths in the middle of a battle. After the first attack, Lin Xian continued to attack. His palms were like the 5 elemental mountains, pressing down on the lightning beast. The lightning beast was completely enraged. Damn it, how could it be? How could the other party's physique be so strong?
Roar. He roared.
He did not believe it at all, and charged over. As a beast, his physique was much stronger than a human. He did not believe that an early-stage third heaven person could compete with him. One had to know that he was at the mid-stage third heaven. He was 1 small realm higher than the other party. Such a small realm was enough for him to kill the other party easily. The 2 of them engaged in close combat. The Earth Fiend demonic rat saw this scene and felt his scalp go numb. Damn it, come back quickly and attack him from afar. He realized that Lin Xian also wanted to engage in close combat.
He was really stupid.
Wasn't this hitting a stone with an egg? Chapter 3670. Little White, who was at the side, waved its furry little paws. "Yah, it's safe." As it spoke, it took out a spiritual fruit and began to eat it. Its big black eyes blinked as it looked ahead, as if it was watching a good show. This monkey was too heartless. Its master was about to die. The earth demon demonic rat's eyes flickered. It was ready to escape. It was no match for this lightning beast, so when the person in front of it died, it immediately fled. Even its 2 claws had already begun to quietly dig into the ground. However, at this moment, the sound of bones breaking came from the front, as well as an earth-shattering roar. The sky in all directions kept shattering. The earth demon demonic rat raised its head and looked into the distance. Then, its eyes almost fell out. He saw that the lightning beast's enormous body was actually sent flying backwards, smashing countless mountains into pieces. Not only that, blue blood flowed out from the other party's body. It was injured. The lightning beast was actually injured. God, this human youth was too terrifying, wasn't he? It was stunned. At the same time, the lightning beast was also stunned. Its heart was filled with infinite fear and anger. It was actually injured by a human. It was too unbelievable. More importantly, this human's cultivation was lower than his. With a roar, it used its bloodline talent. The speed of the Lightning Clan was very fast. In an instant, it disappeared. When it reappeared, it was behind Lin Xian. It was like teleportation. Go to hell. His 2 palms turned into 2 heavenly blades and slashed down mercilessly. This attack should have killed the other party, right?
Puff.
The void shattered and turned into chaos. However, the lightning beast's heart suddenly stopped.
It missed.
That's right, it felt that this attack had slashed into the void and did not hit the other party at all. Damn it, where was the other party? It looked in front of it in disbelief. Disappeared. The other party disappeared. The other party's speed was actually so fast? It was even faster than its bloodline talent. This was impossible. She was from the Lightning Clan, a lightning-type demonic saint. In addition to her bloodline talent, who could be faster than her in the same realm? Not to mention a third heaven saint, even a fourth heaven saint might not be as fast as her. Are you looking for me? At this moment, a cold voice came from behind.
What?
Had the other party already arrived behind him? When had he arrived? Why didn't he notice it at all? Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Had the other party's speed surpassed his? How was this possible? He turned his head and saw a fist coming at him. It was a golden fist that was shining with multicolored light. Not good. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. This punch landed directly on his face, causing his head to explode in an instant. His entire body fell to the ground. Next, he felt more than 1,000,000 attacks. He was torn into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. The ground fiend demonic rat opened its eyes wide. It could not believe that the lightning beast was actually being beaten up by the other party. This was too inconceivable. The lightning beast was so scared that it pissed its pants. This human before, it was definitely one of the top geniuses out there. To think that it could not beat him. Run quickly. The blood turned into streams of light and fled into the distance. However, how could Lin Xian let him escape? The sword chi of the dragon traversing sword flew out and formed a sword field. It shrouded the area in front of him and completely enveloped the blood of the other party. Next, tens of thousands of sword chi exploded together. The blood kept being obliterated. A miserable and terrified voice sounded.
No.
You can't do it. I'm from the Demon City. He let out a crazy roar. The exam was useless. No matter what demon city you were from, as long as you dared to make a move, Lin Xian would not let you go. In the end, a soul fled in panic and was shattered into pieces by Lin Xian with the Great Destruction Spear. Nothing was left in front of him. All right, he could continue on his way. Lin Xian waved his hand and said to the ground fiend demonic rat behind him. Little White flew back, while the ground fiend demonic rat's body stiffened. He was completely stunned at this moment. Previously, he was forced to submit to the other party and was still dissatisfied in his heart. But now, he no longer dared to have any dissatisfaction. The other party's strength had completely stunned it. What kind of human was this? This was simply a god. Next, he continued on his way. 3 days later, Lin Xian obtained the first East Spirit Stone. He got it in a valley. If it wasn't for the ground fiend demonic rat leading the way, he wouldn't have been able to find it. A piece of East Spirit Stone was crystal clear and flickering with light. This kind of stone was a very important material for making array formations. Lin Xian carefully put away the East Spirit Stone. Then he narrowed his eyes. Now that he had gotten the East Spirit Stone, it wouldn't be too far away. With a sway of his body, he left again. 2 days later, he found a second piece of East Spirit Stone. This piece of East Spirit Stone was on an ancient tree. He didn't know who put it here. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he stepped on the air. He arrived above the ancient tree and reached out to grab the second piece. However, at this moment, there was a crisis. Suddenly, 2 golden rays of light rushed out from the ancient tree. This sudden change stunned Lin Xian, and he subconsciously blocked with his hand. With a bang, he was sent flying. His entire arm was numb. Damn it. What was this thing? Its strength was too strong. One had to know that he had the 9 Yang divine body. Especially now, his physique was completely equivalent to a 4th firmament saint. He could even withstand a few attacks from a 5th firmament saint. And once he activated the Qilin tattoo, his physique would be even stronger. Although he hadn't activated the Qilin tattoo, not everyone could hurt him. However, this golden light made his entire body feel as if he had been struck by lightning. He was sent flying. At the same time, another voice came from beside his ear. Not good. It turned out that the earth fiend demonic rat was hit by another golden light. Its entire body was penetrated, and it let out a miserable cry. That golden light turned back and stabbed at the earth fiend demonic rat's head.
Save me.
The earth fiend demonic rat's face was filled with fear. Although he was also a third firmament demon saint, he didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of this golden light. When Lin Xian saw the scene, he was instantly furious. The Earth Fiend demonic rat was his guide and the most important existence to find the East Tombstone. How could he allow others to attack him? Thinking of this, he roared angrily, clenched his hand into a fist, and directly grabbed at the golden line. He grabbed it with one hand. However, Lin Xian was also sent flying, crashing into countless forests. At this moment, another golden light charged towards Little White. However, Little White's speed was very fast. Its figure flashed and directly disappeared into the void, dodging this attack. Humph! Lin Xian roared angrily. He activated the black Qilin tattoo on his body, and his physique became stronger. He waved his fists and sent the two golden lights flying.
Buzz.
He grabbed the Earth Fiend demonic rat and brought it to his side.
How is it?
Lin Xian asked. The Earth Fiend demonic rat's face was filled with fear. It wouldn't die, but it was almost. If you didn't make a move, I would definitely die today. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.